good morning. Just joining us here in Roeselare in Belgium for the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships here on RC Racing TV, bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. Just getting set for the first final of the day to go. This is the C final for front-wheel drive. Marek Sova will be leading us away. So they're off into the first corner. Marek Sova leading this one from Julian Jost. Some of these drivers competing in multiple classes, but this is the front-wheel drive class. There's 3 finals for front-wheel drive. We'll then go all the way through to race number 10 in Spec. And then we have 4 modified races coming up over the course of the day, or over the course of a round of finals. So 3-legged finals. It will be the driver's best 2 scores to count. Already Marek Sova with the yellow and orange coloured car. He is leading away down the main straight with Julian Jost chasing hard. Julian Jost looks like he has got a lot of horsepower. These front-wheel drive cars running an open motor. They're not running a spec combo in these, so it's open speed controller, open motor, but a fixed 4.5 gear ratio. So we saw last time round, Julian Jost had a lot of speed down the straight, and there we go. At the end of the straight, his car just keeps on pulling. So he just needs to try and stay close to Marek Sova over the course of the rest of the lap. And then he can see if he can take advantage of that horsepower he has got. He'll be looking if he can. Let's see if he can get a good exit here. He's a little bit closer than he was last time. That's a good exit down the main straight. Here is his chance. Up into the bank sweeper. He goes high. He's closing all the time. Doesn't quite make it past that time. So setting up for another go. These 5-minute races. We have got 1.5 minutes into the race. So just getting set, also seeing Stefan de Lies with the 3 car, not a million miles behind them. That's quite brave. There's still some wet patches on the track that Marek Sova is running across. Julian Jost choosing to go around them on the main straight. They're not actually shadows. We'll just point it out this time as they come down the main straight once more. There we go. So that dark patch that you just saw, that was Marek Sova running across the wet spot on the track. Julian Jost still trying to find his way past Marek Sova. It looks like he's a little bit quicker, apart from that one crucial corner coming out onto the main straight. And he just gains all the way through the banked sweeper, but hasn't found his way past. Meanwhile, Stefan de Lies has caught the pair of them up. So it's now a 3-way battle for the win of this C final. So Stefan de Lies looking like he's got a quick car underneath him as well. Just these lead 3 back out on towards the main straight once more. They'll be catching some traffic soon. Julian Jost and Stefan de Lies might feel that that's an opportunity. Julian Jost goes high, trying to find his way past Marek Sova. Very, very good defensive drive from Marek. So he's going to need a little bit of assistance from the referees. Just let these cars in front know. One of them's crashed out of the way. So the 6 car needs to be being called out of the way and does get out of the way of the 3 of them very, very nicely. So actually a really good race here going on at the front of the C final. We've got Marek Sova leading. He is the yellow and orange, dropped out of this battle for the lead. That'll actually make life a little bit easier for Julian Jost. Let's just see as he comes out onto the main straight again. Trying to get a run. He's going high. He's got level. He's in front round the bank sweeper. Marek Sova just about tucks in underneath Julian Jost. Julian setting himself up for another go. How long do we have left? Last 10 seconds. So this is the final lap for them. Down the main straight. This is the final lap. Julian Jost aware of it. He powers past and round the outside. So Julian Yost takes the lead on the last lap. Marek Sova having held on to it. Marek Sova ends up on the grass and loses second place as well. So having led that for 4 minutes 50, Marek Sova ends up in third position right at the end of that. So great move by Julian Yost all the way around the outside of the bank sweeper, right at the tail end of that. So thrilling race to opening the day there. Really, really good race.
Really good stuff there. Fantastic to see that action. That's a good way to start the day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really, really good. So yeah, and really clean racing as well amongst those three. So yeah, that was good to see. So we've got our first 10-car final coming up next, which will be the B final of the front-wheel drive class. So Martin Rasmussen, Yannick Rommens, Oliver Heiser, Mark Young, Thomas Gavel, Peter de Grande, Thomas Sova, Gabriel de Pinhal, Darrell Osborne, and Ian Gordon going to be our drivers for this final. Just cars being released out of the pit lane. One minute until the start of this final, so they'll be coming around and forming up on the grid. So front-wheel drive cars have got one set of tyres for the final, as have the Spec class that's coming up later. The modified cars have 3 sets of tyres for the final, so they have a brand new set of tyres for every final, should they choose to do so in the modified class. Martin Rasmussen going to lead away the mainly white car at the front of the grid. Going with him. And it looks like he's cut that gap down a little bit. Mark Young running in third position. So front three trying to make a bit of a break for it. The second place starter of Yannick Rommens dropped down into 6th position. Front two already making a bit of a break for it. Martin Rasmussen trying to stretch away from Oliver Heiser. So the white and silver coloured car of Martin Rasmussen against the mainly white car of Oliver Heiser. Out onto the straight one more time. There's a mistake there from Heiser, so that's made Rasmussen's lead pretty big. So let's move our focus back one car onto the 3 car. So this is the battle for second place currently. We can see on screen that is Oliver Heiser with Mark Young giving chase in 3rd position. We'll keep an eye on where the leader, Martin Rasmussen, is. But provided he makes no mistakes, he's now got a fairly clear break over the rest of the field. We're running with Oliver Heiser at the moment as he tries to chase down the lead car after that earlier mistake. He does seem to have a fairly quick car underneath him. Let's have a look at lap times last time round. It's a 19.7 for both Martin Rasmussen and Oliver Heiser. So gap between the front two remaining pretty constant. Mark Young was 0.3 down on that lap. So losing touch a little bit, just passing some lap traffic there. Just making sure that the leader is negotiating traffic safely as well. He is. So we're running with second place man at the moment, Oliver Heiser. Down the main straight once more. Lap times last time out, still pretty much identical, 19.7s for the pair of them. So very, very consistent laps for these two. Into the final 2 minutes now for these drivers. Let's move our focus back one set of cars again, because that is Mark Young battling with Peter de Grande. So Mark Young, the white front, burgundy rear car down the main straight now, chased by the all pink coloured car of Peter de Grande. This the battle for third position currently. Don't worry, we're keeping an eye as well on what is going on with the leaders, but they're kind of out in their own, they're out doing their own thing. So this the closest battle on track at the moment for the final podium spot. Out onto the straight, Peter de Grande gets a bit of a run on Mark Young. Mark moves to defend. Peter looking on the inside, slows it down nicely. Mark just trying to defend, trying to keep out the way, hang on to third position into the final minute now. Martin Rasmussen still leading this one from Oliver Heiser. The battle for third position raging. Just seen a small mistake there from Mark. That has dropped him down by 2 places. So Peter de Grande and Thomas Sova jump him. Mark down to 5th position. Let's watch this battle going on still for third place between Peter de Grande and Thomas Sova. We'll run with this till the end. I think there's a change there. So Sova jumps de Grande, as does Mark Young. So this battle for third place still going on. 10 seconds left. Looks like Martin Rasmussen has got this one relatively comfortable over Oliver Heiser. They're on their final lap now. This now Mark Young back up into third position. So Martin Rasmussen is going to take this one out in front, and the second place car does have a coming together. Not enough, but there we go. Martin Rasmussen gets that from Oliver Heiser. Mark Young getting third place back right at the end of that one. That is the B final done. So on to the first A final of the day. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here for our live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. It is drier than it was when you last saw us on stream yesterday. End of the day, it was a mildly moist track surface facing everybody. So we've got Adam Isay, the pole position man, going to lead away from Stefan Schultz. Daniel Perlman, defending champion from Turkheim last year. Frederick Hovgaard will be starting in 4th position. Then Pavel Stazowski, Jacques Libar, Nicolas Delis, Alexander Van Gansen, Xavier De Bruyne, and Mark Valent. Saw in the practice final Stefan Schultz getting the jump on Adam Isay. See what happens in this one. So Adam Isay running a teal blue coloured body shell. We then got Stefan Schultz running a white and blue coloured car. Daniel Perlman and stops and waits for him. Drops him to the rear of the field. So we've got Daniel Perlman leading this one from, looks like Frederick Hovgaard in second position. Daniel Perlman, defending champion, leads this one after him up into third position on the grid. So off the end of the main straight. Little bit of curb there for Daniel. Manages to hang on to it. He's been presented with an opportunity here. Frederick Hovgaard looks like he is closing in on Daniel. Daniel looking like he's struggling a little bit for steering on the front of that. He's tensed up a little bit. Frederick Hovgaard having a look at him. Pavel Staszowski also keeping a watching brief. So got a move to the inside from Frederick Hovgaard. He is the second of those two very similar coloured cars as they come out onto the main straight once more. So this is the battle for the lead of the Spec A final, the first Spec A final. And Daniel Perlman makes a mistake over the curbing just as they come down to the start line. So now we have got Frederick Hovgaard leading this one from Pavel Staszowski. So the lead battle still down the main straight. Pavel Staszowski now picks up the toe from Frederick Hovgaard. Frederick Hovgaard leading this one. Daniel Perlman will be kicking himself with that mistake. Had the race kind of in his hands. Tensed up a little bit. Daniel Perlman pulls into the pit. So got two of the quick cars with a early retirement. Of course, that will help them in terms of saving tyres for later on. With one set of tyres, they will be on fresher tyres later on in the day. Frederick Hovgaard extends his lead slightly over Pavel Staszowski. Adam Isay not really making an impression. He is up into sixth position now, but he's not closing at a necessary rate to get near the battle at the front of this. Frederick Hovgaard now has sort of stabilised the gap over Pavel Staszowski. Just looking at the lap times that they are doing at the moment. A 19.4 last time for for Frederick Hovgaard, and 19.5 for Pavel Staszowski. So if we can move our sort of shot back to, there's three cars battling. They've just crossed the timing line. This is the battle for third place. Jacques Libar, Nicolas Delis and Marc Valent as they come down the main straight. So lead of those is Jacques Libar with the 6 car. The all green coloured car is Nicolas Delis. This is the battle for third. Front two are just a little bit away. Frederick Hovgaard leading this one into the final minute, and looks like his gap is pretty comfortable. This is the battle for third place going on. Nicolas Delis looking like he fancies a shot at this one. 10 seconds to go. Only fair that we move back to the leader. He is just coming down the main straight now, the minty green coloured car. Let's just get him as we come round. If he's going to win the leg of this final, it's only fair that we follow him across the line. So there we go. A win for Frederick Hovgaard in the first leg of that one from Pavel Staszowski. Jacques Libar takes third place at the end from Nicolas Delis and Marc Valent. Adam Isay rolls in sixth place. Then Alexander Van Gansen, Xavier De Bruyne, and we have retirements for Daniel Perlman and Stefan Schultz after an early coming together. Getting ready for the Spec G final now. So this probably a little less frantic. Certainly the battle for the podium will be a bit anticlimactic because there's 3 of them. So I think they're fairly nailed on in some kind of order. We're going to have Herman van Gansen, Sonny van der Bora, and Panos Koutsarakis. Car 3. We'll call him Car 3. So cars just leaving the pit lane.
Good morning to everybody watching online. Morning to MonacoRC saying good morning in the chat. And this is obviously the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. It's finals day. It's Sunday. And the sun's out, sunny Sunday. Scotty NZ says, evening all from New Zealand. Lutash, how's everyone doing? We're doing fine. And we're about to get back to racing.
We are. A 3-car final, so a little bit less frantic, we hope. Herman van Gansen leads away, goes a little bit high up the banking, straight off onto the grass. So Sonny van den Bora with the 2-car now leading this one from the car 3 of Panos Koutsarakis. And already a big, big lead for Sonny van den Bora. Fairly huge lead. Let's see what his opening lap time is. It's an 18.074. Panos crossed the line with a 21.193 and Herman van Gansen with a 20.271. So 2 seconds a lap quicker at the moment for Sonny van den Bora. This will be a nice chilled Sunday morning drive for him. No real action going on, so we'll stick with the lead car. Only 3 cars in this final. We also have a 2-car modified final later on as well. So there'll be a couple of finals where there's not an awful lot going on, but we'll continue to bring you as much of the action as we can do. This is the first of the Spec final, so first time we're seeing 4-wheel drive cars on screen today. All of the action we've seen so far has been from the front-wheel drive class. So already seen a little bit of drama, bit of a coming together between teammates, Adam Isay and Stefan Schultz. Sonny van den Bora with a big lead. Big Larry slide, it's okay. He's got enough of a lead that he can get away with that. Just to give you an idea, he's crossed the start line there, the start-finish line, just as people were coming out onto the other 2 cars were coming out onto the main straight. So Sonny van den Bora looking like he could well lap the field. Bit of a Larry slide there for him as well. He doesn't need to be pushing that hard with the kind of advantage that he's got. Herman van Gansen has made another mistake in front of him, so is going to be lapped fairly shortly. So car number 2 of Sonny van den Bora about to lap the car that started first. There we go, of Herman van Gansen. So Sonny 1 lap up on 3rd position. Just remains to be seen whether he can catch the car of Panos Koutsarakis. And Panos looks like he is slowing and pulls off onto the grass. So we've got a retirement from this 3-car race. So we're over a lap in the lead now for Sonny van den Bora. And Herman van Gansen is going to show as being in 2nd position when they cross the line now, with a retirement for the car number 3 of Panos Koutsarakis. So hoping that these two cars manage to keep on going. 1.5 minutes left in this race. Wind starting to pick up across the track here slightly. We're still running with Sonny van den Borre. About 1.5 lap lead now as we come in towards the final minute for these drivers. That G final. Sonny van den Borre taking that G final there from Herman van Gansen, with Panos Koutsorakis in third position. You can see quite dominant in terms of fastest laps there for Sonny van den Borre. Back to number 10 car final, or 10 car finals now. As we go in to the F final, which will consist of Mikola Bedin, Martin Bernardi, Christoph Lieber, Emily Haluin, Philip Lischka, Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal, Jelle Kloosen, Bojan Stamanov, Kent Bertelsen, and Vittoria Finili. So waiting for the cars to be released out onto the grid. Cars just heading round on their warm-up lap. One minute to start, cars being gridded up. So all heads-up racing today. Yesterday was the qualifying day after practice day on Friday. So this is the first 10 car spec final that we're going to see. 13.5 turn motors. So Mikola Bedin going to lead this one away from P1 on the grid from Martin Bernardi. Ten-second countdown. Bedin leads this one away, slightly sideways off the line for Bernardi. Bedin runs a little bit deep into the first turn, but they get round pretty sensibly. Front three, well, front four have already made a little bit of a break for it, but down the main straight for the first time, Mikola Bedin leads as they come round to complete the first full lap. So it's still Bedin from Bernardi from Lieber. Those three already made a bit of a break from the car of Emily Haluin. Is that a change for the lead going it onto the main straight? It was. So number 2 of Martin Bernardi, the all red coloured car, now leading this one. So keeping an eye on this battle for the lead, Martin Bernardi with a great out onto the main straight. You see he's starting to gap already the second place car of Mikola Bedin, who was the pole sitter Let's just move our focus back one set of cars so that we can for second position. This Mikola Beck and Christoph Lieber. The red and green and lots of different coloured cars. We've got the coloured car in third position of Christoph Lieber. Christoph Lieber looking almost like he's got a quicker car if he's fast. Meanwhile, a pair of them closing back in on Martin Bernardi. So a little bit of a coming together there between second and third position. Let's stick with Christoph Lieber. Now he is clear into third position. So she is going quite nicely as well with the number 4 car. So this is the battle for second and third position. A little bit wide for Emily there. That drops her a little bit off of Christoph. So still second place man in focus. The orange and yellow coloured car down the main straight now. Trying to close in on the lead car of Martin Bernardi. So gap fairly equidistant between the top 3 at the moment. But Christoph Lieber looks like he is now charging towards the rear of Martin Bernardi. He's broken third place, so really good lap there for Christoph Lieber. Just checking lap times. Was a 17.8 for Christoph Lieber. A little bit slower that time around. It's an 18.4, so a little bit inconsistent. But Christoph Lieber does look like he has got the pace in his car. 17.8 is the fastest lap of this race. Looks like a bit of a better lap that time as well. How long have we got? We've got a minute and a half left. So you can just see the lead car just flash out of shot there. So second place, still trying to chase down first position car. And Martin Bernardi running slightly wide. He'll see the danger of Christoph Lieber. It's just a matter of whether Christoph can get there in time. The gap is coming down, but it's very, very slowly coming down. Let's just check lap times this time round. It's an 18.5 for Bernardi that time and an 18.6 for Lieber. So Bernardi stabilizes the gap. So move our focus forward one car onto the leader. This is 2. Martin Bernardi took the lead early on. So we're coming up to 20 seconds remaining, so they are about to start what should be their final lap. Yes, this will be their final lap. We're running with Martin Bernardi. He's done everything he needs to. Just needs to hang on to it a little bit deep there. Christoph Lieber closes in very slightly, but it's not going to be enough as Martin Bernardi crosses the line to take that first leg from Christoph Lieber. Philipp Lischke up in to third position right at the end of that one. That then was the F final. So All set then for the first leg of the E final. We're going to head all the way up to the A final in Spec. Matthias Raskol going to lead this one away. From Johan Bukowski, Tom Adams, Jeremy Duram, Bert Erden, Nick Franks, Victor Litvinenko, Andrea Efficace, Riccardo Fanili, and Gergo Valent. So 3 quite distinct colour schemes at the front of this one. Matthias Raskol leads away off the line, navigates the first corner successfully. All of the front 3 do. So they cross the loop for the first time. That won't register as a lap yet. So first lap is going to be on the books when they cross the line this time. We still have Matthias Raskol leading this one from Johan Bukowski, with Tom Adams in 3rd position. So sitting in their grid order at the moment. Front 3 have made a little bit of a break for it. So we're going to stick with this, the lead car of Matthias Raskol. In fact, if we can move our focus back 1 pair of cars, because the all-white coloured car and the sort of multicoloured car on the main straight, there we go. They're having the closest battle. This for 2nd and 3rd, Johan Bukowski and Tom Adams. Johan Bukowski is the all-white coloured car. Tom Adams, the multicoloured car behind him. Tom looking like he's maybe got the slightly quicker car at the moment, trying to find his way past Johan Bukowski. Tom definitely looking like he's got a quick vehicle underneath him. So these 3 have gone out in front, down the main straight. This is kind of a, I think if Tom Adams can find his way past Johan Bukowski, although we've had a small mistake there from Matthias Raskol, and that's put the 3 of them right together. So this is still a lead battle. Matthias Raskol out in front from Johan Bukowski and Tom Adams. Through the bank sweeper once more. Still going with this lead battle. Just ebbing and flowing. Matthias Raskol just slightly gapping the 2nd and 3rd place again. So it's just starting to stabilise. Not really changing too much at the moment. And in fact, if anything, Johan Bukowski now starting to apply some pressure to Matthias Raskol. Very, very slightly. There's nothing in it, but certainly Johan is closer to Matthias Raskol that time round. Tom Adams just keeping a watching brief as well. Still very, very close between these 3. You're seeing the effects of tiny little mistakes, just running very slightly too deep into a corner, and all of the advantage that you've gained just gets lost. So Matthias Raskol still just trying to attach himself, or detach himself from the attentions of Johan Bukowski. Bukowski a little bit closer this time as they came onto the main straight, but Tom Adams now charging into contention as well. So gap between the lead 3 last time was 1 second as they crossed the line, but it's visibly much closer than that. Still looking at the white car of Johan Bukowski, trying to find his way through, and he's made a small mistake. That's let Tom Adams up into second position. So Tom Adams now with a really fast-looking car underneath him. Let's see if he can do anything about Matthias Raskol. Johan Bukowski couldn't. Let's have a look and see where Tom Adams has got some extra pace. Tom Adams now trying to figure out where he is stronger than Matthias Raskol, where he's weaker. Just trying to size him up. A little bit tighter there as they came down off of the banking. They're under the timing tower now. So this battle for the lead going on. Matthias Raskol has soaked up an awful lot of pressure so far in this race. Couple more laps. Look on the inside there, and there's a coming together between second and third position. So that puts Johan Bukowski up into the lead now. So Johan Bukowski now out in front. He is the all-white car on the main straight. We're running with our new lead car, Johan Bukowski. So right at the end, a coming together between Matthias Raskol and Tom Adams. Drop Tom Adams all the way to the tail end of the field. Matthias Raskol came out of that one okay, but they're coming round on their last lap. Johan Bukowski, having started out second, dropped to third, and then inherited the lead as a result of a bit of a coming together. But Johan Bukowski takes that leg win. Just going to having a look up on the driver's rostrum, see if there's any frustration being expressed. Seems relatively okay at the moment. So Johan Bukowski taking that one from Matthias Raskol. Jeremy de Ram getting at third place right at the end. Ready for the D final next. Corentin de Kret going to lead this one away from Stefan Romens, Benjamin Brasset, Mike Martinez, Jasmine Donath, Nuno Huber, Rico Clays, Julian Yost, Adrien Valent, and Vincent van Gansen.
Thanks to everyone for tuning in and commenting along on the stream. Some fantastic chats going on the stream, actually. Lutash, I tried to get RC racing into the Olympics, which is the only sport where men and women can honestly compete, but it's a no-go. I'd love to hear more about that, Lutash. What is the story with you trying to get RC into the Olympics? That would be very, very interesting to hear. Great to have MonacoRC commenting along and for supporting us, being the title sponsor of this event. And yeah, keep your comments coming in.
I mean, RC did actually feature in the Olympics because it was used for like the javelin and whatever to bring them back to base.
Oh yeah, and the media coverage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Corentin de Kret going to lead this one away then. He is running an all-white coloured body shell. So Corentin de Kret set to lead into the first turn. Gets off the line okay. Not the quickest start, but second place wasn't either. So Corentin has actually stretched out a little bit because Stefan Romens didn't get away brilliantly. So quite a comfortable lead, actually, for Corentin de Kret down the main straight for the first time. And a bit of a shoulder barge between, that was, I think, third and fourth. Coming across the line, so Nuno Huber up into third position. Let's have a look then, coming down the main straight now, the blue and white coloured car. So this is Stefan Romens and Nuno Huber battling out for second position. Great start from Nuno Huber then, from P6 on the grid up into third, and he looks like he fancies second. He's trying to find his way past Stefan Romens as they come out down the main straight. Corentin de Kret has got away as a result of the kerfuffle going on behind him. So a good race going on here for second and third. So small mistake there for Stefan Romens. That promotes Nuno Huber up into second position. So Huber now released. Let's run with him, the number 6 car, the white, blue and green coloured car. We've got him on shot as he now is released to try and chase after Corentin de Kret. Needs to make the most of this. Of course, starting P6 on the grid, he may not get such a clean run through the traffic next time. He knows that if he's going to challenge Corentin de Kret, Corentin starting off P1, he kind of needs to catch him and pass him. And small spin there coming on the main straight for the second position car. He just put a tyre on the grass, did a donut just as he was about to start sizing up Corentin de Kret. Corentin breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, but Chase is back on again. So he's still running with the 6 car of Nuno Huber. Got a charging Vincent van Gansen as well with the 10 car in third position. So he might yet get in the mix with this one. We're running with the second place car as he tries to chase down Corentin de Kret. Last time round, let's just check on lap times. It's a 17.3, it's a 17.5 for Nuno Huber and 18.0 for Corentin de Kret. So Nuno Huber charging towards Corentin de Kret, taking half a second out of him last time round. And again, a little bit of a mistake. He's too eager to get to him. He's got time. He just needs to relax. He's got 2 minutes left. He's got the pace in the car, but he keeps on letting Corentin de Kret off the hook with some tiny mistakes. He's too eager to catch and get past. It's a cleaner lap that time from Nuno Huber. 17.9 versus an 18.1. Vincent van Gansen with a 17.7. So Vincent van Gansen closing in on them as well. So we're running with the second place car. Closing in, that car immediately in front is the leader, Corentin de Kret. So Nuno Huber we're running with. Vincent van Gansen is an all-orange coloured car. You might just see him in the back of shot. Starting now, Nuno Huber to size up Corentin de Kret. He's got there with 1 minute and 20 to go. This won't be comfortable for Corentin. Vincent van Gansen will sniff a chance as well. And they try to make that was an attempted move from Nuno Huber. And again, a little bit eager. Dive to the inside. Corentin de Kret defended. But what it has done is it's let Vincent van Gansen all the way from P10 on the grid, but putting in some storming lap times. About 0.2 of a second quicker each lap round. It's put him right in the mix. What have we got? 45 seconds left. Corentin de Kret trying to manage this one. Nuno Huber fancying another go. Vincent van Gansen spotting a chance here as they come onto the main straight. De Kret under some pressure from Huber now. So they come down the banking. Looked like Huber was going to have a dive to the inside, didn't quite make it. Has another look to the inside. There's not room there. He's desperately trying to open a gap. Let's see what he does. He goes down low there. Tries to come out. The problem is Corentin de Kret, door to door as they cross the line. Corentin de Kret just takes that one from Nuno Huber. Vincent van Gansen in third. So super, super close at the end. What was the gap between them? It was, just double checking on that, getting an update on the time. It was under 0.1 of a second between the lead two as they cross the line.
Oh, after yesterday, it looks like a wonderful day at the track today. We've got some fantastic shadows. I'm not seeing any windmill shadows yet. I've not looked though. I'm hoping to see fans of windmill shadow. You've come to the right place. Hopefully, when the sun moves, we'll get some. But we've got some nice flag shadow.
Yeah, I think we'll see the windmill ones this afternoon as the sun moves around and hopefully directly out of our eyes. So makes it a little bit easier to spot. Obviously, where I'm stood, what you're seeing on the main moving camera, that's kind of like the driver's eye view as well. We're slightly to the right-hand side of the drivers, but effectively that is what the drivers are seeing. So yeah, quite a low sun affecting us at the moment.
People wondering why you were getting covered in so much water yesterday when it was raining, and then you have to explain that. And it looks to me like you're basically standing on some repurposed warehouse racking. Is that the case?
Pretty much, yes. So if you look at what's on shot at the moment, if you have a look over to the very far left of it, just above that number 9, that's where we're stood. So yeah, that's we are stood on that racking there, and that's where our camera position is. And above us, we've got a tarpaulin. You can actually probably see it quite well on the timing screen again over on the left-hand side of the shot. You can kind of see the roof is it's not that taut, and it's kind of filling up a little bit with water when it rains. So yeah, that's it's absolutely fine. It's working nicely as shelter at the moment, but yeah, there was a gathering of water up there. So we've cleared that out this morning.
The forklift truck that they use to get you on and off it, I think, is the best bit.
No, there is there's a ladder that is at a quite extreme angle, which is fun in the wet. Enzo Roeselare leading this one away and just about slows it down for the first corner before Carlos Echari gets past him. Orlando Fanili in third position. Front three have made a break for it. Little bit of a cloud has come over, just put us in the shade very slightly. Enzo Roeselare leading this one from Carlos Echari. Down the main straight once more. Carlos looks to the inside. Think he's got that move done. He has, and spin to the inside as well for Enzo Roeselare. Hangs on in third position. So we are running with the red front, blue centre, yellow rear of Carlos Echari. The white front, orange rear coloured car of Orlando Fanili in second position. So this is our leader coming out onto the main straight. Front three made a bit of a break for it. Seems to be a bit of a recurring theme so far. Just gap remaining pretty constant between them as we're getting higher and higher up the field. Drivers lapping very, very consistently, but less action going on. Just seen, though, a mistake from what was the third place car of Enzo Roeselare has dropped him down, so we're now down to a lead 2. So this is the number 2 car and the number 3 car of Carlos Echari and Orlando Fanili, running in first and second through the bank sweeper once more. Orlando Fanili trying to close in. Let's just have a check on the lap times. 17.5 for Carlos last time round and 17.6 for Orlando. Small mistake there from Carlos. Allows Orlando to close in, so that's going to be a slow lap for Carlos. So battle for the lead now, really on as they come out onto the main straight. Let's see who's got horsepower down the straight. They're very, very similar. Orlando Finelli looks like he got a slightly better line off the end of the main straight that time. Starting to look a little bit loose is Carlos's car out in front. Just some of the sort of heavy braking zones. The car just looks a little bit unsettled. So into here, let's have a look. No, hangs on okay that time. Orlando Finelli, though, still trying to prise the door open. Very, very low down that sweeper there for Carlos Echari. Orlando Finelli sizing him up again. Got 1.5 minutes left. These lead two down the main straight once more. 1 minute 20 to go. So Orlando needs to be a little bit closer if he is going to be able to have any kind of a go. Let's just have a look. Last laps, 17.5 for Echari, 17.7 for Finelli. It's a 17.6 versus a 17.7. Got the winner of the front-wheel drive class, or first leg, Frederik Hovgaard, in this one as well. Manuel Wagner lead, already made a bit of a break for it. Small mistake there from Stefan Schultz coming onto the main straight, just drops him off the tail very slightly. So front three are away again. Like we said, it's a recurring theme. Manuel Wagner starting to try and drop the hammer, just escape from the attentions of Stefan Schultz. Wagner still leading from Schultz by about 9/10 of a second. Van der Acker around another second back. Let's have a look at lap times last time round. 17.2 for the pair of them. So Manuel Wagner is trying to drive away. Stefan Schultz going with him. The pair of them slightly dropping. Rick Van der Acker about 0.3 a lap slower he is, but he is quite comfortable in third position himself. Three minutes remaining. Manuel Wagner we are running with. You just see Stefan Schultz flick through the back of shot. So we are running with our lead car of Manuel Wagner at the moment. Out in front of this one, Stefan Schultz lost a little bit of time on that lap. Lost about 1/10 of a second. From the beginning. Got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Now, like 1.3 seconds between Manuel Wagner we're running with and Stefan Schultz. Stefan, again, looking a little bit closer this time. It's down to 1 second, the gap between them. That's not enough from Stefan with less than a minute to go. He needs to be catching considerably faster than this. So Manuel Wagner looking like he is in a very, very good position at the moment to take this leg number one of the B final in Spec. Crosses the line. So I think 2 more laps to go. This is the penultimate lap he'll be on for Manuel Wagner and Stefan Schultz. You can see Rick Van der Acker dropped definitely off of the tail of these guys. Gaps increased very, very slightly actually from Manuel Wagner. So Manuel's last lap through the bank sweeper. This is going to be a lights to flag victory with Stefan Schultz in second position. Manuel Wagner crosses the line, takes it, and immediately backs off the throttle and rolls it home. He is already in tyre conservation. Obviously, as soon as he is off the race clock, he does not want to put any more load into that tyre than is absolutely necessary.
James.
Yes.
Can you give us a brief recap on the C final in Spec, please? Because we had a brief outage where the track internet died, but also the streaming of the timing died as well, so I can't see what happened.
So what did we have? We had at the front of that Carlos Ichari won that one from Orlando Finelli from second and third on the grid. Enzo Roeselare had a bit of an issue, but yeah, there was kind of the front three broke away. It was relatively, that's pretty much the story of it. Most of the finals, you get into sort of 3 or 4 breaking away at the front. And then as we're moving up the finals, gaps are remaining a little bit more constant.
Amazing. Thank you. So Lauren Gummy, apologies for that, but now you're all caught up. Yes, Achari did win. So thanks to everybody watching along. As I've mentioned in the comments, can't guarantee we're not going to have more issues with the internet at the track. So the whole day is being recorded. So you will be able to watch the whole of today. Even if the live stream stutters from time to time, the whole day will be uploaded to be watched back in beautiful, pristine quality. So thank you for being with us and watching the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10th Electric Track European Championships. It's finals day, live from Belgium. And thank you to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop.
It is worth pointing out as well that when we do lose internet on the stream, I lose some of the detailed timing. I can see the overall results, but individual lap times become a little bit harder. So, yeah, if you do hear those drop out a little bit, apologies for that, but that's what's happened as we've lost internet. We've also lost the connection to individual lap times at that point. But getting set for the A final, Simon Lauter is going to lead away from Ollie Boltink and Ollie Payne in third position. Cars just being set on the grid. Little twitch of the steering there from Ollie Payne. Chris just setting everybody's cars and into the 10-second countdown. Simon Lauter blasts away at the start of this first Spec A final. Ollie Boltink comfortably in second position. Ollie Payne in third as they come down the main straight for the first time. So we're running with Simon Lauter in the lead. Ollie Payne trying to find his way past Ollie Boltink. Ollie Boltink being very defensive. Ollie Payne makes a small bobble over the curb. Actually lets Adam Isay onto the back of him, but maintains that position. So top 5 as you were. Off the grid, we are running with the second and third battle at the moment. This Ollie Boltink versus Ollie Payne. Ollie Boltink, the car with the orange-coloured decals on it. They're both all white colour. Ollie Payne having a look around the outside, makes his way through on the inside of Ollie Boltink. So Ollie Payne up into second position now. Ollie Payne sets off after Simon Lauter. These two had a fantastic battle in Sicily for the 1/12th European Spec Championship. They're now doing battle for the 1/10th Spec European Championship. So we are looking at Simon Lauter. He is the white, orange and burgundy coloured car. Ollie Payne is the all white coloured body shell with the black decals on it. Ollie Payne charging towards the back of Simon Lauter. Ollie Boltink in third position. Down the main straight once more. And there's a change for third position, I think, in the background. But we are looking at the battle for the lead. Ollie Payne having caught and passed Ollie Baltink. He has now caught Simon Lauter around the bank sweeper. Simon put a tyre on the grass there, going defensive. The two of them touch, and into the second position jumps Niels de Greiser. I believe he is running the same coloured body shell as Ollie Payne. Let's just double check as they cross the... It is, no, Ollie Payne has hung on to that second position. So Ollie taking a bit of a dive past Simon Lauter. Simon shutting the door, the two of them spinning. They maintain first and second. No call from the referee at that point, but up into third position. It's a great drive from Niels de Greiser from fifth on the grid. Ollie now trying to set off again after Simon. He's the first of these two white cars in shot. So we're running with Ollie Payne as he tries to chase down Simon Lauter. You just saw Simon disappear out the front of shot. Less than 2 minutes to go. Let's have a look at lap times last time round. 17.3 for the pair of them. So still pretty close. Running with Ollie Payne as he tries to hunt down Simon Lauter. To 17.4 for Simon, 17.2 for Ollie. Taken 2 tenths out of him. So Ollie closing with 1.5 minutes left. So we're down to these lead 2 cars. We're running with Ollie Payne. Well, we've got the 2 cars in shot. Ollie Payne, the all-white coloured car. Simon Lauter, the car just out the front of shot. Just closing in as we come in with 1 minute to go. Ollie getting closer. 1/10 quicker again on that lap. So Ollie throwing everything at this as he tries to close in and pass on Simon. What have we got? Are we going to come across the line? I think they've got 3 laps remaining. Simon Lauter still hanging on to this one at the moment from Ollie. Ollie quicker again on the last lap. Another 17.2 versus a 17.3. 30 seconds left, so it will be, I think, this lap and one more. So Simon Lauter leads down the straight once more. Ollie Payne right with him. Simon needing to hang on for one more lap. So they're about to start their final lap now. 13 seconds. Ollie will be aware that this is the final lap. He's right on Simon as they come out onto the main straight. Simon just knows he needs to keep this one defensive. Ollie throwing absolutely everything at this one as they're heading up towards the line. Ollie takes a dive and touches Simon. Comes off worse, but Ollie had to have a go at that. So Ollie Payne in second position. Simon Lauter taking the win there on that one from Niels de Greiser. Ollie Baltink in fourth position. Then we have Jesper Rasmussen, Benjamin Elbisser, Max Mackler, Lucas Ellerbrock, Adam Isay, and Mattis Benettin in 10th position. So that is leg 1 of the finals done. I think Simon Lauter will probably be a little bit concerned about the pace shown by Ollie Payne at the end of that one. And good lap speed as well from Niels de Greiser, actually, there. And fantastic third position for him. So, having had that action, we now have a 2-car final. The modified D final coming up next. So a little bit quieter. I pray that one of these guys, in fact, the worst possible thing is they hit each other in the first corner and break them.
Well, yeah, that would require some filling.
It would require a little bit of filling, yes. But
I feel we could fill it with a post-race interview with the 2 drivers side by side, maybe.
It would be interesting to see, yes. It would be interesting and sort of see their thoughts on the... I mean, at the end, fair play, Ollie had to have a dive onto that inside curb. He knew it was the last lap. They had enough of a gap to take it. It'll be more interesting to hear their thoughts on the sort of... Again, it was... I think it was like both would consider it a racing incident. It was door handle to door handle. They both span, so neither one really came out better of it. I'm not sure if Niels de Gruyter, at that point, he was level with Ollie Payne. Obviously, both of them running plain white cars with black decals, so didn't completely see, but I strongly suspect Niels de Gruyter backed out of that one, not wanting to interfere with sort of teammate Ollie Payne's sort of chase after the win, knowing that he wasn't particularly competing for the front. Off at the front of this one then, Robin Eiserman leading away from Pascal Escude. So these two cars, Robin Eiserman already building a fairly big lead. These are the first of the 4 modified races. So huge horsepower down the main straight. And yeah, Robin's lead already pretty comfortable. A 16.0, his best lap, versus a 17.3 for Pascal. Again, a 16.1 for Robin. A 19.2 for Pascal, so 3 seconds. So big lead for Robin Eiserman over Pascal Escude. We're watching now the car of Pascal, the green-coloured car. Run with him for a little bit. Both of them still circulating. At least they'll both get on the podium. Still running with Pascal Escude. French driver. Lap time last time round was a 17.2. Changing across to car number 1 now. The white and red coloured car of Robin Eiserman. Still lapping, what was it last time around? 0.8 of a second a lap quicker. See, his car's got a little bit of push. But he is leading this one quite nicely. Car's quite safe, a little bit of understeer. But now he's locked into this final. Lap times don't really matter. This is just a matter of bringing it home. We've got 3-legged finals for all of these drivers today. Best 2 will count. So, I mean, if Robin wins the first 2 of these, then he may choose to sit out the 3rd leg, which would give a fairly easy run for Pascal. Down the main straight once more. So closing in, what was lap time last time round? 16.4 versus 19.2. That was a 17.7 that time. Small mistake there for Robin. But Robin with just over 2 minutes left. Going to see if he can possibly put a lap into Pascal Escude. They're running with Robin Eiserman. 17.1 versus an 18.4. That's another 1.3 seconds. Got 1 minute 40 remaining. So I think we should get to a position fairly soon where Pascal Escude starts appearing in the front of our shot as we come up to lap him. So Robin Eiserman looking pretty comfortable with this one. Taking quite a lot of risks through the bank sweeper, which, there we go, he is almost on the tail end now of Pascal Escude. Not sure with that much of a lead I would be taking any kind of risks there personally. Last thing you want to do is pitch it up the banking and break the car. So just seeing our lead car, you saw the 2nd place man of Pascal Escude nearly 1 lap down as we enter the final minute. So the two cars almost together as they come out onto the main straight. Robin Eiserman goes high. So Pascal Escude gets out of the way, ends up on the grass. Robin Eiserman still leading this one over a lap to the good now. We're coming down with just about 30 seconds remaining. So after he's crossed the line, this time he will have an extra, he'll get one more lap in after this one. So he'll come down the main straight. And of course, as he crosses the line, he will actually take the win now because he's a lap to the good. So even if he were to break it and not finish, there we go, Robin Eiserman will win this one, regardless now of what Pascal Escude does, because he has already crossed the line. But he is coming round towards the finish of this one. Time has expired, so just waiting to cross the line, and has taken the win. So sealing the win a lap early on that one because he was already a lap up after he'd crossed the line. So his finishing time would have been better regardless of what happened. So there is our two-car final out of the way that we have. So getting set now for the modified C final.
If you're just tuning in, we're into modified. We've already had the first set of finals for front wheel drive and for Spec. And this is the modified C final one coming up next. So we'll be running right the way through to the modified A final and then back to front wheel drive again and do the whole thing again 2 more times today, till we declare 3 new champions.
Indeed we will. So this is the first 10-car final of modified, so this one could be a little bit chaotic. But Benjamin Jabira are going to lead this one away from Martin Wouters. Cars forming up on the grid. Benjamin Jabira, the yellow-coloured car, going to lead away from the teal-blue coloured car of Benjamin Wouters. Sorry, Martin Wouters. Jabira gets away cleanly, as does Wouters. Wouters looked really, really quick in the warm-up final, and he is already on the tail of Jabira as they come round out towards the main straight for the first time. Wouters dives to the inside, doesn't quite have a gap, so Jabira holds on to it, but Wouters looks like he wants past and just powers past. So awesome traction there for Martin Wouters. That was a great move past Ben Jabira there. Matthew Dambreen in third position, but we are running with the yellow-coloured car of, the orange-coloured car, the number 3 car of Matthew Dambreen at the moment as he tries to find his way past Benjamin Jabira. Has a look around the outside, just at it, and spin there for Matthew Dambreen. So now on the yellow-coloured car of Benjamin Jabira again. He's already been passed by Martin Wouters. Martin Wouters, incidentally, has absolutely checked out in the front of this one. So we are watching the battle for second, third, and fourth. Up into second position, I think that's Mattia Kalina. It is Mattia Kalina. Up into second place now. So this third place man we are running with of Benjamin Jabira started out on pole. We have got still the lead two of Martin Wouters, Mattia Kalina, Lauren van Leeuwen up into third position. Let's see if we can move our focus forward one car onto the orange, white front, orange rear car. This the third place car of Lauren van Leeuwen. And I think that's now second position because Mattia Kalina has trailed into the pit. So Lauren looking like he's trying to catch the car of Mattia Kalina, and Mattia dropping down the order now, having retired to the pit. So second place car we are watching at the moment. Martin Wouters has absolutely disappeared out in front. Still running with second place man as he crosses the line. Ben Jabira maybe now starting to look at having a bit of a comeback. Last time round 16.2 for Ben Jabira. It was a 16.35 for this car that we are following of Lauren van Leeuwen. So look for a yellow car appearing in the back of shot with 2 minutes remaining. Martin Wouters absolutely gone. He's pumping in 15.9s. So Martin Wouters will be wondering quite how he ended up down in this C final with pace like that. Running with second place still. First has absolutely gone. We're running with second. He's not really coming under threat from third position. And in fact, another car's just crashed in front of third. Ben Jabira didn't get caught up in it, but he had to back out of it and check up. I think it's only fair that we have a bit of a look at the leader. Car number one, he is just, car number two, sorry, he is just crossing the timing line now. So we have got our lead car into the final minute. A dominant performance here from Martin Wouters. It was a fantastic move just coming through this section here that got him the lead. He just gassed it up and just fired the car past Benjamin Jabira. So much confidence on the throttle, and then has just proceeded to absolutely check out at the front of this one. Still a 16.0 last time round against a 16.3 for Lorenzo van Leeuwen in second position. So just constantly building that gap every time. What have we got? 30, just under 40 seconds remaining. So just absolutely in the zone, driving that car around. There are no close battles going on further down the field. So we will stick with our lead car with 20 seconds left now. So he is going to have one extra lap as well, I believe, when he crosses the line. Martin Wouters then crosses the line. He has made the split by a couple of seconds. Martin Wouters already sealing this then as the only driver to make the split. Just needs to bring it home and across the line for a finishing time. So fantastic dominating performance from Martin Wouters as he crosses the line there to take that leg one of the Modified C final. There we go, Martin Wouters taking that win. What have we got next? It is the B final. of Modified. This has some potential as well for, I don't know, the B finals got a few coulda, woulda, shouldas, but Remy Callens is going to lead away from Matthias Knopp.
I was going to say, James, are there some names in here that you would expected to see in the A, or you think that maybe they felt that they could have made the A?
Yeah, potentially towards the back end of it. Yeah, I mean Remy Callens, Matthias Knopp, Dan Robbins, Oliver Havranak. You know, Oliver Havranak we've seen plenty of times up in A finals. So yeah, there's absolutely. You know, you've got Andy Murray. He's a former 1/12th stock world champion. So some class drivers in this. So cars have been released out onto the circuit. They're just heading round towards the grid. Just here in 1 minute until the start. There we go, Remy Callens, Matthias Knopp, Dan Robbins, Oliver Havranak, Harley Eldridge, Alessio Minicucci, Andy Murray, Thomas Stockman, Tim Kerman, and Daniel Tomaszko. Just cars being set down on the grid. Just getting set. Everybody being pushed into position. Chris Baltink just placing cars there. Making sure everybody's in their grid spots. Ten-second countdown. Remy Callens going to lead away from Matthias Knopp. So Callens gets away well from Knopp. Knopp has a little bit of a wobble, but hangs on to it. All around the first couple of corners successfully, apart from the 9 car of Tim Kermans. To see Dan Robbins has dropped down into 4th position already. But meanwhile, out in front, Remy Callens, the yellow-coloured car, leading this one from Matthias Knopp, the white front, yellow centre, red rear. These two down the main straight now, already having made a bit of a break for it. Matthias Knopp trying to hunt down and apply pressure to Remy Callens. Flow out towards the main straight one more time. Ollie Havranak trying to go with them. These front 3 already edging away from the rest of the field. Harley Eldridge has jumped Dan Robbins as well. She's now up into 4th position. Remy Callens still leading this one from Matthias Knopp and Oliver Havranak though. These lead 3 going out onto the, or down the main straight. We're running with the second of those 2 cars, Matthias Knopp, the white, yellow and red coloured number 2 car. Doing battle with Oliver Havranak, the all-orange coloured car, so both of them in shot at the moment as they try to chase down the car of Remy Callens. And a spin there for Havranak that has released Matthias Knopp. So Matthias Knopp now trying to chase down the lead car of Remy Callens. We are running with the number 2 car of Matthias Knopp as he tries to hunt down the yellow car in front of him. So it looks like Havranak was doing Callens a bit of a favour by making Knopp go a bit defensive, because Knopp is now charging, trying to bring down that gap. Just having a look at lap time, see where we are last time round. Lap times coming down all the time. A 15.6 for Remy Callens, 15.7 for Matthias Knopp. So Remy Callens now stabilising that gap and just trying to stretch it away. Closing in on some traffic as well. So we're running with Remy Callens. He's the second of these 2 yellow-coloured cars. Could do with a bit of assistance from the referee in getting past this lap traffic. Down the main straight, I'm not sure if it's the number 8 car realises that's not very helpful from the number 8 car of Thomas Stockman. But he is successfully through now. So there is 3 yellow cars together. The lead car is the middle of these 3 yellow cars. So quick dive past there. So it's now the lead of these 3 yellow cars down the main straight. That is our lead car, number 1. And Matches Not won't know where to look. He will not know which of the orange cars is in front of him, or which of the yellow cars is in front of him. Meanwhile, Ollie Havranak is back with Matches Not. So there is 1 more car for them to navigate their way past, which is the 8 car. If we watch the battle between Matches Not and Ollie Havranak, that is large on screen at the moment, coming down the main straight. 48 seconds to go. Remy Callens is just a little bit ahead of these. And if Ollie Havranak is applying the pressure to Matches Not, that will make Remy Callens' life quite a lot easier. Of course, Not having to go a bit defensive from Havranak. What have we got? Less than 30 seconds to go. Havranak looking like he had a bit of a run at it, but choosing not to dive at it. Harley Eldridge not a million miles behind these 2. And there's a change there for second. So Havranak dives inside, coming out onto the main straight. Dives up into second place. That's allowed Harley to close in as well. So Harley is the all-white coloured car in 4th position currently. But she tries to switch back to the inside. Time has expired, so this is the last lap as they go down the main straight. Remy Callens is going to win this one. Ollie Havranak currently second. We're watching Matches Not and Harley Eldridge as they cross the line. Matches just hangs on to that one from Harley. So Harley ending up in 4th position right at the end there. But super, super close between her and... who was that? That was Matches Not. There we go. So thrilling end there to the end of the B final. I would imagine we're going to have a bunch of people tuning in now for the A final.
If the mod A final could be half as entertaining as the B final, I think we'd be on to a winner.
Absolutely. Kind of expecting this will be maybe a bit of a chess match going on, I think. Yeah, this will be an interesting one. It's kind of going to depend on what happens a little bit at the start. If anybody starts battling with one another, saw in the practice final, Michael Olowski kind of made a bit of a break and Bruno and Mark started fighting with each other and it let Michael escape out at the front of it. So I think that's probably what Michael's going to be hoping for. They all seem pretty much the same speed as one another, but if 2 cars start fighting, it just lets the other one run and hide. So potentially we're going to need to see some sort of collaboration for a few minutes between Mark Reinhard and Bruno Coelho to give them a chance to run with to run out in front with Michael Olowski, and then they start sorting it out in the last minute or so. So could be entertaining.
All I want is for it to go to 3 finals to decide the winner. That's all I want.
Yes. I particularly want the 2-car final to go to the 3rd leg, because if like the same dude wins the first 2 legs and then sits out the 3rd one, it's gonna make it will make the 3rd one quite uneventful.
Pedestrian.
It will be a bit anticlimactic.
We'll see if he can hang on to 2nd.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody forming up on the grid now.
Driver introductions before
no, that's the
final, weren't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the 2nd leg that the driver introductions are. Here we go then. 2 plain white cars at the front. Michael Orlowski the lead of them. So Orlowski leads away from Reinhard. Bruno checks it up so as not to hit the back of Mark. Already Orlowski just pulling a small gap over Mark as they come down the main straight for the first time. Small mistake. Oh, Orlowski makes a massive mistake and drops right down the field. So we now got Mark Reinhard out in front of this one. So that is a huge, huge mistake from Michael Orlowski, dropping him all the way down the field as they cross the loop. Let's have a look. Mark Reinhard leading. Let's just see Michael Orlowski all the way down in 8th position currently. So Mark Reinhard fighting a rearguard action from Bruno Coelho. Mark versus Bruno. Seen this one many, many times before. Alex Hagberg running in 3rd position. Bruno and Alex running race paint. Mark running the plain white body shell. Mark just trying to stretch his gap now. Still seeing Michael Orlowski circulating, so he's not chosen to pull off. Of course, there's no tyre strategy for these modified guys. They have got a fresh set of tyres for every final, so pointless pulling off to save tyres. Orlowski just needs to keep on going in this one. Reinhard still leading this one from Bruno. Bit of a slide there from Mark. Tail of the car looking a little bit loose. Just checking lap times. There's about half a second between them on that one. So big news story already is the mistake from Michael Orlowski that dropped him all the way down the field. He is up into 6th position. He's managed to get back past Antoine Brunet, but the front 3 already making a break for it, or have made a break for it. Mark Reinhard leading, Bruno Coelho in 2nd, Alex Hagberg in 3rd. We're seeing all 3 cars in shot at the moment. Mark Reinhard, the all-white coloured car. Bruno Coelho, the white, yellow and orange coloured car. Alex Hagberg, the white and green coloured car. Checking out lap times, it was a slow lap from Mark last time round, a 15.5 versus a 15.3. 15.4s for both of them this time. So Mark managing the gap. What have we got? 2 minutes left. Bruno still fighting with Alex at the moment. So we're focused on Bruno and Alex's battle. I'm not sure how much of a battle this is, or if Alex is just content to sit there and circulate behind Bruno, let the pair of them try and close in on Mark, as we were explaining. These two don't want to be fighting each other when the chance for a win is running down the road. What have we got? 1 minute 30 left. Last time round it was a 15.5 from Mark, a 15.6 from Bruno, 15.7 from Alex Hagberg. So Mark very slightly quicker by a 10th on that lap. This is going to come down to fine margins, small mistakes. Looks a little bit closer that time. 15.6 versus a 15.5. So a 10th taken by Bruno Coelho over Mark Reinhard. Pair of them, these 2 cars. In fact, Mark now still edging away. Under a minute left now for Mark. Mark, the all-white coloured car, just disappearing out the front of your shot. Bruno, the car in focus in the middle of your shot. Another 10th taken by Bruno on that one. Mistake from Bruno, so Bruno puts it on the grass as well. So that is Mark Reinhard leading now from Alex Hagberg. So that's let Mark right off the hook. Bruno was edging towards him. What do we got? 20 seconds left. So Mark Reinhard from Alex Hagberg. Chrissy Krapp up into 3rd position. Michael Orlowski has made his way back up to 4th position. How long have we got? The 10 seconds. Oh, they're going to make an extra lap. They are not. So time has expired. Mark Reinhard is going to cross the line to take leg number 1 on that one. Mark Reinhard takes that from Alex Hagberg. Chrissy Krapp in 3rd position. Michael Orlowski recovers to 4th after that grassy moment earlier on. Drops him all the way down to 8th position. But there you go. So that has opened things up. Michael Orlowski, obviously, still 2 legs to go. Anybody can win it. But he'll be kicking himself. Bruno Coelho's made life quite difficult for himself as well with that late mistake. That drops him down to, where was it, 6th position, right at the end. But
wow.
Super close final.
We would never, ever, ever wish Michael Orlowski or any racer to have an issue, but I got my wish, I think. I think things got exciting. I'm sure Michael will re-exude his dominance, but clearly, do Bruno and Michael both go off in the same part of the track as well?
Pretty much. I think it started in the same corner. Michael took a bit more curb and ended up on the grass. Bruno took the same curb too hard and it launched him across to the other side of the track. So it was kind of the same accident. It was just Bruno tried to hold it and sort of cannoned off to the other side of the track where he actually had the accident, if that makes sense.
Okay. Does make sense.
But yes. So yeah, it's pretty much a straight line through that corner. On the whole, it's you kind of have a bit of a confidence wobble through it rather than an actual steer around it, if you like. You just you just sort of squeeze your hips to one side almost as you go around that curb and just flick the car over it. So, but that's caught both of them out and again. So both world champions, and shows you how easy it is.
Indeed. So we'll hopefully bring you an interview with Mark, and we'll see how many A final winners we can get on the stream throughout the day. So we'll try and bring you an interview, and we've got a small gap now before we get to the front wheel drive C final 2. So we'll be back right after this. There we go. We are back, and still a little bit of time before the next race. But if you just tuned in, as many people did for that A final of Modified, you're watching the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium, where there's some dark clouds coming over, which we didn't expect. It was a very, very wet day. Afternoon yesterday. Torrential rain, I would say. Don't use that term lightly, but it was incredibly wet. And if you want to see some fantastic wet driving, then watch yesterday's stream. In fact, we'll be clipping that out for sure and uploading that, because there was some fantastic driving from some of the British drivers who are very adept at driving in the bad weather. It's part of the nature of living on this stormy island that we live on. We will be back very soon with the front wheel drive C final. We're hoping to get Mark on an interview and potentially Simon as well. So don't go anywhere.
So just counting down, about 5 minutes to start till the next final. There's a little bit of padding at the end of each of these. We also have, with this second round of finals coming up, drivers' introductions for the A finals. So that's all sort of factored into the time schedule for the course of the day, or over the course of the day.
Question on the chat: does anybody know what tyres they're using in this race?
In what's that? The front-wheel drive.
Not specified. I'm assuming they mean in the modified. What tyres they're using?
They are Matrix 36s.
Awesome. Okay, I think we're going to hear from Simon now. So we'll go over to Frank.
But I'm not super sure what happened there, to be honest, because I think probably he had more traction, because I did not expect him to be anywhere close at that point. I drove my racing line, left a little bit of a gap to the curb, and he tried to smash it inside between me and the curb, and it was the bad end for him. But he got the chance in the end, and it still paid off for me, so all good.
We have seen some hero moves on, especially if there was a greenie car in one of the mod races that was able to get the lead there. So you're going to be looking out for that on the first corner.
Well, if you start from first, you don't want to see any hero moves during the race at all. And I just hope that there will be no hero move, because this would mean that I'm probably in the lead after 5 minutes, and that's the goal, obvious for now. But we will see how it goes.
All right. Well, best of luck in the A2 final.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Cool. All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Good to catch up with Simon there, winning the first leg, just winning the first leg of the Spec A main from Ollie Payne. Ollie having to have a dive on the last corner, but not quite making it, but full respect for trying on that one. And yeah, Ollie looking like he had some really good pace in that one, so should make the second final quite thrilling. Wonder if Ollie Boltink will go a bit more defensive to try and help Simon out at the start of that one. So we are getting set now for the C final of the front-wheel drive class. There are only going to be 6 cars in this one. Wind picking up across the circuit and gone a little bit overcast. Just check the forecast. We weren't expecting any rain. It's showing a 25% chance of some light showers at some point over the day. So not zero chance, but still relatively low. Marek Sova going to lead this one away then. Marek Sova leads off from Julian Jost. Just reminding ourselves from the first final. What happened? Just trying to re-establish connection to timing. So Julian Jost won the first leg of this final quite comfortably. Managed to get the lead and pull away from Stefan Delis. Marek Sova having a bit of a nightmare. So already seeing Julian Jost challenging Marek Sova. Julian, the white and blue coloured car. Marek Sova, the yellow and orange coloured car. Down the main straight once more, Julian Jost looks high, looks around the outside. Trying to negotiate his way past. Not finding it quite as easy this time. Remember, these guys all on the same age of tyre. They have one set of tyres available to them. Unlike Modified, where they've got 3 sets, both Spec and front-wheel drive have 1 set for their 3 finals. Still Julian Jost looking, but not really finding the traction now to launch an attack on Marek Sova. So Julian looking like he had a lot of pace in the first run, so potentially a bit of new tyre offset. Front 2 have absolutely broken away as they go through the banking. Marek Sova still leading this one from Julian Jost. Believe we're going to catch up with Mark Reinhard after he has marshalled this one as well. So lead 2 still going at it. They have started lapping traffic. They've passed the car of Panas Kutskuris. They're coming up towards the 5 car of Heinz Huber. Now down the main straight, and Julian has a look round the outside, doesn't quite come off. So Julian trying to find his way past Marek Sova. They've both negotiated Heinz Huber. Still, this battle going on. Looked like Julian now had a bit of a speed advantage. He seems to be suffering a little less with drop-off of his batteries in this one. Has a little nibble there. Doesn't quite come off. Has a look around the inside. Now on the outside down the main straight. Got the power, drives past, just drives round the outside. So it's mirror signal maneuver for Julian Jost. Uses his horsepower to blast past. Now let's see if he can pull away from Marek Sova. Julian Jost going away now. Taking advantage of what seems like a little bit of extra horsepower towards the end of a run. So Marek Sova experiencing a little bit of drop off there. Just falling away slightly. Julian Jost having taken the first leg win. If he can take this one, it will seal the overall final for him. Gives him the opportunity to sit out the 3rd leg, should he wish to do so. Closing in on some traffic, the 6 car of Panas Kutskuris again. Both leaders navigated him successfully into the final lap now for these drivers. Julian Jost going to take a fairly comfortable victory in the end. Took him a little while, but then his advantage sort of showed towards the end of the run. Julian Jost crosses the line and takes the overall win for the C final of front-wheel drive. Wind. So that's the C final done.
So Mark has obviously just marshalled in that race, and he's been waiting to be relieved from his post, and then he's going to come in and have a chat with Frank. So we'll be bringing you a few words with our modified A final leg 1 winner, Mark Reinhard, in just a moment.
Indeed we will. And just waiting for the B final to get ready. See, wind is definitely picking up here again. Martin Rasmussen going to lead away. So Martin Rasmussen took this one from Oliver Heiser and Mark Young last time out. So remember, a win for Martin Rasmussen would give him the overall for this final. Yep. There will be a small gap after this as well whilst the driver introductions take place. Here's Mark.
A couple of your top competitors kind of dropped out in that one. How did you see it?
Yeah, maybe kind of lucky, but yeah, I don't know what happened to Michael. I think he might hit the curb in the Omega, which is always kind of loose, and then he tried to correct it and I guess he just jumped the chicane. Good for me, bad for him, but I took it, and with Bruno behind, I was like, okay, now I have to really focus on my driving. No mistakes, but still driving calm, and I could keep the gap all the time, so he was not really close to make a move, and yeah, I'm really happy with the performance of the car, and the driving was good, so couldn't ask for more.
Well, it was a great result, obviously, to kickstart the A3 finals. Good luck in A2.
Thank you. I hope I can repeat it as well. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Second, Yannick, then it's Thomas. Car number 5, and Thomas 4.
So there we go. Quick chat with Mark Reinhard. Martin Rasmussen has led this final away with the number 1 car. He is the mainly white coloured car on the main straight now, or sort of white and grey coloured car. So running with the 1 car just as we come down and across the start-finish line. There we go. And seeing a mistake for second place. So big lead already for Martin Rasmussen. Just vaguely heard something in my ear about the referee calling a 10-second penalty for Martin Rasmussen. So that would possibly be something to do with timing going down to the grid. You can see Mark Young has retired from this race already. So this could be interesting. We'll see if that time penalty gets applied at the end of this one to Martin Rasmussen. He's checking out at the front. Let's move back, see if we can pick up the 5 car. He is the car just under the bridge now, the red and black and white coloured car. This is our second place man. This is the car of Thomas Gavel. Passes some traffic down the main straight. And there's a good battle for really second, third and fourth going on out there. Martin Rasmussen appears to have checked out in this one. Remember, he also had a win in the first leg. From Oliver Heiser. Oliver Heiser, the number 3 car, he's sitting further down the field. So huge, huge lead for Martin Rasmussen. And Thomas Sova up in second position now with the number 7 car. So let's see if we can find him. He is the yellow front, orangey pink rear. Now got him, so this is our second place man. And just looking at the kind of lead that Martin Rasmussen has, it is currently sitting at 6.2 seconds. I do wonder if he is going to get a 10-second penalty for some kind of transgression for being released from the pit lane, whether he can actually pull enough on this one. Let's just keep an eye on what that gap is. Still 6 seconds. So gap now not really going up. Waiting for everybody to cross the line. There's 45 seconds left. Gap's remained at 6 seconds. He would drop down to 10 seconds added to his time, would drop him down to 6th position at the end. So not enough currently, but could well end up with a sort of top 5 position, even with a 10-second penalty. Thomas Sova, then, we are running with at the moment in 2nd position, though this could well turn into the lead pending. It's just something overheard about a penalty possibly being applied to Martin Rasmussen. So Thomas Sova is showing us finished. Oh, Martin Rasmussen's made an extra lap. That'll make it entertaining with a penalty. You know, he might have done enough, because even if they add the penalty to his time, I'm just checking to see what happens to the finishing time for Martin Rasmussen. Because if he gets 10 seconds added onto that, he's still made the extra lap. So his finishing time would be 5:26 rather than 5:16. But it's the extra lap. So let's have a look. Right, so that's subject to change. We'll keep an eye on that, but I think Martin Rasmussen's won that regardless, because if they're going to give him a 10-second penalty and add 10 seconds to his race time, if that indeed happens, then it's not really going to affect anything, because he was the only driver who had the additional lap. So we now have a small delay before the start of the A final, whilst the driver introductions take place. So just waiting for the drivers to be called up on the rostrum. So they'll be stood at the top of the steps on the rostrum. This is the chance for the drivers to give a little bit of love to their sponsors. This is, where are we, on the timetable. So this is scheduled to run until 12:51. So we've got like 7 minutes for this one. So hearing Mark Valent being called forward. Next up, we will get Xavier De Bruyne called in. So Jacques Libar about to be called forward. So last time round, Frederick Hovgaard winning this final from Pavel Stazowski and Jacques Libar. So it was 4 from 5 from 6, top 3 all having some issues. Adam Isay and Stefan Schultz having a coming together. I say coming together. Stefan Schultz hit Adam Isay, stopped and waited. Adam pulled off the track. Stefan dropped down the order. Sorry, other way around. Stefan pulled off the track. Adam dropped down the order. And ended up coming in 6th place in the end. And then Daniel Perlman, having inherited the lead, then threw that away with a mistake. So Frederick Hovgaard taking the win last time out. So Frederick Hovgaard, the only driver in this one who could take the overall win by winning this leg. Adam Isay being called forward. So we've got a few minutes. That announcement took quite a lot less time than we anticipated. We've still got like 3 minutes left before the final is scheduled to start. So just seeing cars being released.
Okay, so
out
we've got a
of the pit
brief
lane.
pause in the action. Or are they
A little bit, yes. They thought that they'll stick to timetable, so they won't bring anything forward because it will affect all of the sort of later drivers, additive timing, things like that. So they're going to release the cars out onto circuit, but 2 minutes now till the start of this final, so they're just going to have a little bit more time to line up on the grid and warm up on the grid. It's a little less problematic for these guys because there are no tyre warmers in the front-wheel drive class. But yeah, I think they probably overestimated exactly how long it would take to get the driver introductions done.
I guess the sponsor lists aren't as long as they were expecting.
In front-wheel drive, in fairness, I mean it's intended as a clubman's class. Although the guys out in the front of the field have probably got a very long list of sponsors. Yeah, you'll see that they have less or more sort of privateer than anybody else. Seeing the number 7 car of Nicolas Delis missing, so looks like he's not heading out there. So you can see Ollie Baltink doing the universal signal for "It's dead, Jim," of like the slit throat. So final set to start. Off we go then. Adam Isay leads away from Stefan Schultz. Let's see if they can make it round the first lap cleanly. This corner here was where Stefan Schultz had a nibble last time of Adam Isay. Thinks better of it and is a bit more circumspect this time. So down the main straight once more. Stefan Schultz switches to the outside. Daniel Perlman looks like he is going with them. He'll be kicking himself for that mistake as well. That handed the win kind of on a plate to Frederick Hovgaard. Of course, he needed to drive it and win it, but we are looking at the front two at the moment. Adam Isay from Stefan Schultz. Stefan tried the outside last time. It didn't work. He had a bit of a look down the inside. That didn't work either. Stefan looking quite pacey, though. Stefan was top seed for qualifying. Adam gave himself a bit of an advantage by choosing to sit out the first round of qualifying. What we're seeing now, though, after Stefan collected Adam last time round, Stefan stopped immediately. So now it's Stefan who has potentially a tyre advantage of the best part of a run. Stefan having a look, he's got some extra speed at the end of the main straight and has a look to the inside of Adam Isay. He's being super, super careful. Daniel Perlman just hanging around at the back of him, thinking, come on, guys, come on. Same again as last time, please. Just a bit of a tap together. Stefan, again, gets himself level, goes high up the banking. Adam defending. Daniel Perlman having the best view in the house of this battle between Adam Isay with the teal-blue coloured car, Stefan Schultz, the white and blue coloured car. Stefan gets a run on again. He can get level down the main straight, but Adam just stays low around the banking, forces Stefan round the outside. It's not going to work. Needs to get the move done and cut across before then. So Stefan gearing himself up for another look on the inside this time. He's got level again. He's drawn level and the two touch going around the back sweeper. So Stefan hits Adam again in the middle of the sweeper. Let's see if there's any kind of call there. Adam has dropped down into third position. So we've now got Stefan Schultz leading this one from Daniel Perlman with Adam Isay in third position. After contact yet again between the two car and the one car, I'm sure Adam Isay not going to be particularly enamoured with Stefan Schultz after that one. But of course, if Stefan tries to give that position back, it's going to promote Daniel Perlman into the lead. What do we got? 2 minutes left. This battle that we are watching on screen now, Adam Isay makes his way back up into second position, so cuts under Daniel Perlman. Adam Isay now charging, bit of red mist potentially. Adam Isay up into second place. A minute and a half left. Stefan Schultz leading this one from what is bound to be a frustrated Adam Isay. Just running with Adam as he tries to close in on Stefan Schultz. Just having a look at lap times last time round. So 20.2 for Stefan and 19.9 for Adam. Just under a minute to go, though. I don't think, honestly, Adam is going to get close enough to the back of Stefan Schultz to be able to put any kind of a pass on him. What do we got? 35 seconds left. What are their lap times? They're going to have this lap and one more, I believe. They are just going to miss the extra lap. So, yes, it will be this lap and one more. Not there at the moment. So, I think Stefan Schultz has got enough in his pocket at the minute as they enter their final lap. We're running with Adam Isay in second position. Down the main straight, he is trying to chase Stefan Schultz, but cannot catch him. But do wonder if there's going to be any controversy after this one. Stefan Schultz takes this one from Adam Isay. Just seeing if there's any sort of movement on the driver's rostrum. Any kind of communication going on between them. Can't see if they have taken a step back and had a word, but cannot see up there. Just getting an update on where we're at with the overall for the front-wheel drive class. Frederick Hovgaard still leading with a 1 and a 4. Adam Isay with a 2 and a 6. Jack Levar 3 and a 5. Stefan Schultz a 1 and a 10. Pavel Staszowski with a 2 and a 9. So it's kind of last leg of that final was going. Already been contact between Stefan Schultz and Adam Isay at the front in both legs so far of that one. Ready for the Spec G final. 3-car final. So Herman van Gansen leads off and already makes a mistake, puts it on the grass again. So Sonny van den Bora leading, or it drops to second place. Herman van Gansen leads Sonny van den Bora. No, Sonny van den Bora leads from Herman van Gansen even, sorry. And Panos Koutsakouris has got himself up into second place. Though Panos runs a little bit wide. Panos, the all-white number 3 car. We're running with the 2 car at the moment. The 1 car, sorry, of Sonny. This is Herman van Gansen. Sonny van den Bora has already kind of checked out at the front. Just see what he did. I believe he won the first leg of the final as well. He did win the first leg of the final. So Sonny van den Bora looking to take the overall win. We're running with him now. The number 2 car. The orange, yellow and blue coloured car. Off down towards the main straight. We've got, what have we got, 1.5 minutes remaining. Sorry, 1.5 minutes down, 3.5 minutes remaining. Sonny van den Bora, who we are running with, leading this one quite comfortably. From Herman van Gansen. Lead up to, let's have a look as they cross the line. It's around 9 seconds. Like 8.8 seconds. Lapping considerably faster as well, a 17.9 versus an 18.7. So the advantage just stretching all the time for Sonny van den Bora. Already won the first leg of this final. We'll be looking, see if he can win this second leg. If he can win this, he will take the overall. So about to lap the car of Panos Koutsakouris. Successfully navigated him. What have we got? 1 minute 50 to go. Running with Sonny van den Bora. Leading this 3-car G final. Still leading Sonny van den Bora, 1 minute 20 to go. Leading Herman van Gansen. So this would be the same finishing order as last time. Sonny van den Bora, Herman van Gansen and Panos Koutsakouris. It would still all to be played for second position on the podium in the third leg. But we are running with 50 seconds remaining, 5-0. And we're about to see Sonny van den Borre lap Herman van Gansen. So put an entire lap into the field. So dominant performance, there we go. So Sonny van den Borre now 1 lap up. And Herman van Gansen will just be looking to bring it home ahead of Koutsarakis. Into the final 5 seconds. Time expires. So Sonny van den Borre takes the win there from Herman van Gansen and Panos Koutsarakis. So same finishing order as the first time. So Sonny van den Borre is the overall winner of the Spec G final. He can, should he choose to, sit out the 3rd leg of that final. That's a right he's earned himself. And only 4 seconds in the end between Herman van Gansen and Panos Koutsarakis. No gap. Come down a little bit. Waiting for the F final to go out next, which will consist of Mikola Bedin, Martin Bernardi, Christoph Lieber, Emily Haluin, Philip Lischke, Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal, Jelle Klosen, Boyan Stamanov, Kent Bertilson, and Vittoria Finili. Just giving us a reminder of what happened in this final last time. We had Martin Bernardi taking the win from Christoph Lieber. So Martin Bernardi starting out 2nd, Christoph Lieber starting out 3rd. Seeing if there's any kind of battle between those two. Cars forming up on the grid. Just everybody being settled into position. Lined up, just got an official out there placing cars, making sure they're in the right place. You can see fully in the grid box on the line, ensuring no one gets any kind of advantage over anybody else. Mikola Bedin going to lead away this one then from Martin Bernardi. Martin Bernardi will be looking to take the overall win. Martin Bernardi, the all-red number 2 car. If he wins this leg, he wins the F final overall. Just waiting to see on this one. Oh, we're just getting a volunteer marshal out there before we go into 10 seconds. Lead away, slightly sideways off the line then from Mikola Bedin, and everybody kind of navigates the first corner okay, but I think that's the number 4 car of Emily Haluin. She's got herself up into 2nd position. There's 2 all red coloured cars. We'll just check as they cross the line. I believe it's the number 4 is the 2nd of those 2. It is. So Martin Bernardi dropping down into 3rd position. Martin having won the first leg of this one, so we have got Mikola Bedin leading from Emily Haluin and Martin Bernardi as they come down the main straight. Two red cars very, very close together, just trying to see which one pops out. And Bernardi takes a hit to the door and drops back. So out in front, we've got Mikola Bedin from Emily Haluin still. This lead battle coming down the main straight now. That is our lead car of Mikola Bedin. His car looking a little bit pointy, a little bit wayward. Maybe wanted to dial a bit of negative expo into his transmitter there, but managing to keep it moving. But I think there's now a headwind blowing down the straight, which of course is going to make the cars a little bit more twitchy and appear a little bit loose. But a bit of a leery slide there for Mikola Bedin. But he is stretching his advantage all the while over Emily Haluin. She's doing her best to hang on in second position. Just seen out the corner of my eye, Martin Bernardi having a bit of a nightmare and is about to be lapped by our leader. So we're with the lead car at the moment, and this car that you've just seen in the front of your shot that we're about to catch and pass, and he's just actually peeled off into the pit. So winner of the first leg has had a bit of a nightmare and has peeled off into the pit lane. So no guaranteed winner after this leg. Still no close battles going on. Mikola Bedin, who we are running with 2 minutes 15 remaining. Best last lap time was an 18.2. We had a 18.5 for Emily Haluin. The sixth car of Carlos Dopinhal, 17.7. So he's going to be closing on Emily Haluin. Let's just see if we can find him. He's the teal blue coloured car, just crossing the timing line now and heading out towards the bleachers. Let's run with him just for a little bit. Main straight. He is chasing after the Emily Haluin. So this is going to be second developing relatively shortly. The sixth car of Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal. And right on second position now. Leader still pretty comfortable out in front is Mikola Bedin. Coming in towards the final minute. Emily Haluin having to fight off the attentions of Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal. So the third place car fancying a slice of second place. Down the main straight, has a look round the outside of the banked sweeper. Doesn't quite get there. Cuts back to the inside. Still nothing doing. And turns round second place and does the gentlemanly thing, stops and waits. That's actually let Christoph Liebeer up into the mix as well. So this is the battle for second going on. And Christoph Liebeer, well, I say Christoph Liebeer, he has popped out in second place. He is the orange and yellow coloured car. But he himself made a pretty massive mistake and will be consider himself lucky to get away with that. So really, really painful. Mikola Bedin's taking the win there. We're going to see in second place Christoph Liebeer, who took second place in the first leg as well. So right at the end there, Christoph Liebeer getting third place and kind of being not handed third place, second place exactly, but it was certainly made easy or much easier for him. So pretty action-packed at the end of that final. Philip Lischka popped out in 4th place at the end of that. But Mikola Bedin doing what was necessary to take the win quite comfortably by about 7 seconds from Carlos Lieber. But, coming next, what do we have? The E-final leg number 2. So Johan Bukowski taking this one last time from Matthias Raskol and Jeremy Duram. So Johan Bukowski starting off P2 will be looking to seal the overall win. Tom Adams also looking pretty rapid at the start of this final last time. So cars being released from the pit lane, heading out round the circuit. Starting to be formed up on the grid. Be the number 2 car of Johan Bukowski, looking to seal the overall win for this final. Matthias Raskol looking to take it into leg number 3. Everyone formed up. The club official just making sure he is happy with the positioning of everybody. Just a little nudge, very slightly move back, move forward. So, official now happy. Matthias Raskol going to lead away with the teal blue coloured car. Matthias Raskol blasts off the line, then gets away from Johan Bukowski, who is already defending hard from Toms. These 3 looking to make a bit of a break for it. Tom Adams already looking like he wants past Johan Bukowski. Not through yet. Matthias Raskol has led away quite nicely at the start. Let's see if we can move our focus back 1 car onto the white car, because then we've got Tom Adams trying to pass him. There we go. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd position going on at the moment. But Ayrton up into 4th place. So this battle turning into almost a 5-car train at the front. First car of Matthias Raskol has made a tiny bit of a gap over the 2nd place white coloured car of Johan Bukowski. Just seen a change for 3rd, but Ayrton did make it through into 3rd position. But then dropped back behind Tom Adams again. So a bit of a lunge that didn't work out for him. And the 10 car, actually, of Gergo Valent now showing in 4th place. So great pace from Gergo. He is another one of the all-white cars out there. He's the... just seeing him in the back of the shot. So this is the battle for 3rd and 4th place that we are watching at the moment between Tom Adams and Gergo Valent. Gergo having some really good pace all the way up from P10 on the grid. Sun just coming out across the track now, and there's a little half spin there for Gergo. So let's go back towards this battle at the front. Matthias Raskol, this teal-blue coloured car down the main straight now. The one-coloured car being chased now by the two-coloured car of Johan Bukowski. Johan Bukowski having won the first leg. If he can take this one, he will take the overall win for this E-final. Still defending Matthias Raskol. Just trying to get away. These front two, they've pulled a bit of a gap. Gap between them last time round was about 0.8 of a second. Matthias Raskol did a lap some 0.2 quicker. Have a look as they crossed the line that time, what the lap times were. 17.7 for Matthias Raskol, 17.6 for Johan Bukowski. Gap sitting at around 0.7. Just ebbing and flowing. It's a 10th here, it's a 10th there. It was a 17.6 for Matthias last time round. Let's see what he does this time. Crosses the line, it's a 17.9 versus a 17.8 for Johan Bukowski, so takes another 10th out of him. You can see a variance in lines when they come out onto the main straight. Matthias Raskol favouring a sort of a tighter line. Johan Bukowski carrying a little bit more speed in. Coming up to around 45 seconds remaining of this final. Matthias Raskol led this one from the go from Johan Bukowski. He's never quite got close enough to make a move. He's had a better exit off of the sweeper that time. What have we got? We're into the final 30 seconds, so it will be this lap plus one more that they've got. It was an 18.0 for Johan Bukowski versus a 17.9. 18.0 was Matthias Raskol. 17.9 for Johan Bukowski. They're on to their final lap now. He's just about got the... Coming next, we have got the D final. Coming up from these MonacoRC EFRA 1/10th track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. Also give a quick shout out to the event sponsors, X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop. So Matthias Raskol taking the win there. Coming up next, we have got the D final. Corentin de Kret taking the win of that one last time out from Nuno Huber and Vincent van Gansen. So Corentin de Kret starting from pole position, in with a good shout of getting the overall. So coming up to about halfway through our track action. Correct, going to lead away with the white coloured car from Stefan Romans. Stefan Romans, a white and blue coloured car. Corentin de Kret gets away well at the start of that one. And, oh, makes a mistake very, very early on. So Stefan Romans leading that one. Corentin de Kret, very, very unlikely then to win this final overall. And we've already had some contact as well between cars further down the field. So it's the 6 car of Nuno Huber Nuno Huber, who had some great pace last time. And remember, we said last time that he was going to find it very, very difficult to get through from 6th position up towards the front of the field. Well, it's just happened. The field's fallen apart in front of him. So the 6 car leading this one from the 3. Nuno Huber leading from Benjamin Brassett. So fantastic start there. That will be, I think Nuno Huber will be going and buying a lottery ticket later. The way that that's fallen for him. Of course, he's had to drive through it, but just everything parted in front of him. And made his way all the way up from 6th on the grid, right out to the front. So Nuno Huber finishing 2nd in the first leg of this final. I believe it was... Let's have a look. Nuno Huber was... Yep, he was 2nd in the first leg. So he is leading this one, though. He's having to fight off the attentions of Benjamin Brassett. So these 2 cars out onto the main straight once more. Nuno's kind of got that gap stabilised. Benjamin carrying a little bit more speed off of that sweeper. Bit too much, though. Little sort of like half spin almost. The tail of the car stepped out. Managed to keep it moving forward, but driving like that is going to hurt your rear traction later on. But Benjamin Brassett looking decent at the moment. He has got some really good drive, trying to find his way past Nuno Huber out onto the main straight once more. Cars very, very similar. Looks like Benjamin Brassett got a little bit more pace at the end, ducks to the inside. Can't quite make it as they run over the curbing back down towards the timing line. Coming through out towards the hairpins by the bleachers. Up there already, fantastic to see a bunch of spectators up there on the banking watching. A little bit further back this time for Benjamin Brassett over Nuno Huber. Lead battle still going on, these front 2. Adrian Violet's also had a great run up from P9 to be running in 3rd position currently. But this lead battle we are watching, Nuno Huber from P6 on the grid, Benjamin Brassett from P3 on the grid. Just ebbing and flowing between these 2. Benjamin looking like he's got a slightly faster car, but then he catches up to Nuno, launches an attack. Doesn't quite come off, and he drops off the pace, but he's getting closer again. He's just edging towards it. Nuno Huber's not going to be feeling comfortable with the attentions of Benjamin Brassett right with him. Bit lower down through the sweeper that time for Benjamin Brassett over Nuno Huber. Back round past the timing line one more time. 1.5 minutes left. Nuno Huber will have heard that with some dismay, thinking I've got another 90 seconds of this. Benjamin Brassett will be thinking, is that all? I want more. And there's a mistake there for Nuno Huber. So Benjamin Brassett now out into the front. Let's see if that changes the complexion of this battle very, very slightly. Let's see if the 2nd place car has got anything left. Or if we are looking at Benjamin Brassett going to be in a good position to take the win. Certainly looking pretty good so far. Now he's in front of Nuno Huber. Nuno not looking like he's got a particular answer to him, but he will have a 2nd and a 2nd after this, which would put him in a pretty decent position. Not quite as good as the 1st and the 2nd would have been, could have been, should have been. Under 30 seconds left. They're crossing the line now, so they will have this lap that they have just entered and one more come the end of this. Benjamin Brassett still leading this one. Started out well from P3. And just seen a small mistake from Nuno Huber as well. Maintains 2nd place, but he's dropped off. So they're on their final lap now. So it's going to take a collapse of epic proportions from Benjamin Brassett to drop out of this one. And it doesn't happen. So Benjamin Brassett crosses the line to win this one from Nuno Huber and Adrian Violet. There we go. Benjamin Brassett taking that one from Nuno Huber and Adrien Violette. Coming up next, we have got the C final. Enzo Roeselare, Carlos Echari, Orlando Finelli, Nicolas Delise, Robin van Gogh, Maxime Ripoll, Adrian Antomarchi, Laurent Halluin, Boris Saladi, and Pavel Stazowski. Just reminding ourselves, Carlos Echari won that one the first time round from Orlando Finelli and Boris Saladi. So again, just getting an idea of who could win this one overall. So again, it's the second place car in with a shout of, second place starter in with a shout of winning this final overall. Cars being released out of the pit lane, heading around to form up on the grid. Clouds covering the circuit here in Roeselare, starting to disappear. One minute until the start of this final. Enzo Roeselare set to lead away from Carlos Echari. Carlos looking like he's got quite a disconcerting paint scheme. He's got some little sort of black flecks behind in front of the rear wheels, and it looks like he's got an epic body tuck when he really hasn't. It's just a section of dark coloured paint. Enzo Roeselare leads away from Carlos Echari, and already Carlos looking like he wants past. Has a bit of a dive, doesn't quite come off. Heading out towards the main straight, Orlando Finelli in this one. In fact, Orlando Finelli up into second place already. So that really has not worked out that well for Carlos Echari. Carlos tags the back of Orlando Finelli and stops and waits for him. But that has dropped him right down towards the tail end of the field. And Adrien Antomarchi looks like he may have had a stop-go penalty as well on the opening lap. So anyway, what has that done? Out in front, Enzo Roeselare leading from Nicolas Delise and Maxime Ripoll. Let's pick up this battle for second place with the white-coloured car and the yellow-coloured car. This is the battle for second between Nicolas Delise and Maxime Ripoll. Nicolas driving the white-coloured car, Maxime driving the yellow-coloured car. They are trying to chase down the number one car of Enzo Roeselare. Enzo had a really good start and would have been quite pleased to see the 2 and the 3 car having a bit of a coming together and knocking themselves down towards the tail end of the field. Gives him a good opportunity. He did not have a great first leg, so be looking to get the win here in this second leg. Wind is picking up and blowing across the circuit now. We'll keep an eye on that, see if that affects anyone through the sweeper. Pick up we're running with the number 4 car of Nicolas de Lies as he's trying to chase down Enzo Roeselare. He's getting closer. Let's just have a look. Last time round, a 17.5 for Enzo Roeselare, a 17.2 for Nicolas de Lies. So gap is most definitely coming down, but there's a spin there for Nicolas de Lies in the middle of the sweeper, which was what we were potentially concerned about with the gusting winds blowing around, just unsettling his car very slightly. So drops him down into third position. Maxime Ripoll up into second. I believe Maxime Ripoll was third. He was fourth in the first leg. So it was Ichari from Finigli. They're already out of this one because they collected each other. Boris Solardi was third in the first leg. Where is Boris? Boris is running in fourth place currently. So we are watching this. What have we got? We've got just under 2 minutes remaining. And let's see if we can pick up the yellow car of Maxime Ripoll. Focus on him as he tries to chase down the lead car of Enzo Roeselare. That'll also let us see if Nicolas de Lies, just behind us, also appears and becomes a threat. So we're running mainly focused on the second position car at the moment, but with the first place car just out the front of shot, third place car just at the tail end of your shot. Allows us a pretty good vision around the sweeper once more. Looking at lap times, 17.5 for Enzo Roeselare, 17.4s for Ripoll and de Lies. Small mistake from Maxime Ripoll. Drops into the clutches of Nicolas de Lies, just very slightly away from Roeselare. What have we got? 40 seconds left to go. 17.8, 17.6, 17.5. So the third place car is the quickest car at the moment. But with 30 seconds to go, they will have this lap they've just started plus one more. Small little bobble there for Nicolas de Lies over the curbing. Maxime Ripoll trying to catch, trying to hunt down as they start their final lap now. Enzo Roeselare. Enzo Roeselare looks like he's done enough. Maxime Ripoll charging hard, getting very, very close, but they're just coming in for their finishing times now. Just no mistakes from Enzo Roeselare. Crosses the line and takes the win there from Maxime Ripoll and Nicolas de Lies. So there we go. That is the second Spec C final done and out the way. The B main coming next. So we have just finished the C main. So coming up next, we have got the B main and Manuel Wagner taking the win last time out in that one from Stefan Schultz. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Bringing you coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop. We are all set for the B final to go. Manuel Wagner winning it. Wagner winning it from Stefan Schultz and Rick van der Acker. First time out. The front two made a bit of a break for it. Rick van der Acker had a little bit of a lonely race, if I remember correctly. Just sort of watching 2 cars disappear away from him and 7 cars disappearing behind him. Rick will be looking just for a nice clean run in this one. Manuel Wagner looking to seal the overall win. We'll be thinking he coulda, woulda, shoulda been in the A final. But if you BQ, best thing you can do is try and at least bring it home and win the B final. Nothing worse than going from BQ to 10th in the B in the final. Counting down towards the start of this Spec B final. We'll then have a small interlude whilst the driver announcements take place for the A final. Off the line well for Manuel Wagner. Stefan Schultz already on the grass. So it is 1 from 3 from... Didn't quite catch that car, but let's have a look as they come down the straight. It is 1 from 3 from 5. So that's Manuel Wagner's going to be leading from Enrico Jung and Frederick Hovgaard. Front 2, though, doing battle. The all-white coloured cars, Manuel Wagner and Enrico Jung. Down the main straight. These 2 all-white coloured cars battling for the lead here. Just going to keep a close eye, see who makes it through. Enrico Jung looks to the inside, doesn't quite make it. He's crawling all over the back of Manuel Wagner. Not managing to find his way through as yet. Let's have a look around the bank sweeper, still not there. Got really good drive off there. Looks to the inside and Enrico Jung ends up on his roof. Loops back round and he didn't cross the loop, did he? So that's dropped him to the tail of the field. Really unfortunate for Enrico Jung there. We are now watching on screen the second place car, which is now car number 8, I believe, of Nico Catalani. So Nico Catalani all the way up from P8 into second position. He's yet another all-white coloured car. This one with some black wing end fences. He is trying to chase down Manuel Wagner. He looks like he's got some serious pace in that car, so the lead battle going on again. But this time, the second of the 2 white-coloured cars is Nico Catalani, not Enrico Jung. Enrico Jung had an opportunity and ended up on the grass. And there's a spin there for Nico Catalani. So what's that done? That's put Jeremy Delalondre up into second position. We're running with the leader, Manuel Wagner, who has had an awful lot of stuff thrown at him, very literally thrown at him, in the form of cars of other drivers. But Manuel Wagner won the first leg of this final, currently leading the second leg of this final. We are watching on screen the battle for second and third position between Jeremy Delalondre and Nico Catalani. Nico all the way up from P8 and looking like he had some serious pace in his car. He managed to catch all the way up the back of Manuel Wagner, then had a small mistake in trying to get past. Now trying to find his way past Jeremy Delalondre. Jeremy himself all the way up from P7 on the grid. But Jeremy trying to fend off the attentions of Nico Catalani. Jeremy is the teal-blue coloured car. Nico Catalani, the all-white coloured car, on shot at the moment. Mark Valent also in the mix with the number 9 car. So 2 all-white coloured cars on shot. The 2 all-white coloured cars battling for third and fourth position at the moment. So the close battle currently. Though Jeremy Delalondre looks like he's closing in on Manuel Wagner as well. This is still the closest battle, so we'll stick with this for the minute. This is the battle for third and fourth position. seems to have settled down very slightly. And a mistake there, just about gets away with it with too much curb. That's the same mistake that we saw both Michael Olowski and Bruno Coelho make. But let's move now our focus forward onto the first two that we are watching. This is Manuel Wagner and Jeremy Delalondre. Manuel Wagner, the plain white-coloured car. Looks like we followed a lot of plain white-coloured cars in this one. It seems we have, but they are all different cars, I promise you. Jeremy Delalondre, still a single-coloured car, but at least it's a teal-blue-coloured car, though he may well have chosen to back it with white. Just hope he doesn't turn that one inside out over the curbing later. Down the main straight once more. They've gone through the bank sweeper. This battle just calming down very, very slightly. Manuel Wagner just pulled a bit of a gap where, this is the last lap now. So Manuel Wagner looks like he's going to take the overall win here. And he's just sort of cruised round right at the end. Manuel Wagner takes that from Jeremy Delalondre and Nico Catalani. So Manuel Wagner has taken the B final overall with a couple of wins. Win in the first leg, win in the second. So we have coming next the driver introductions for the A-Main in the Spec class, so second leg of the A-Main. In the first leg, what did we have? Well, Simon Lauter won it. Ollie Payne looked like he was the paciest driver, probably. He managed to get his way past Ollie Bulting and caught Simon Lauter. They had one moment with a little bit of door banging. Both of them sort of maintained position, really didn't cost them anything. And then Ollie Payne tried to move on the last corner, didn't come off, but maintained second place. So going to look for this one and the overall win. Niels de Greiser took third position overall in the first leg. So we may well see in this one Ollie Bulting being a little bit more defensive. Really to let Simon Lauter build a bit of a gap. So we'll see if there's any sort of teamwork at play. Ollie, I don't think he'll do any. Ollie Bulting, I don't think will do anything particularly underhand, but he may well just, try and let Simon Lauter if he can, possibly. But drivers being called up now. So drivers being called forward on the rostrum. This is the chance for them to give their sponsors a little bit of love, give something back to them. Of course, sponsorship, not a one-way street. Drivers there as sponsors' representatives and need to do what they can for them to best represent them. Lucas Ellerbrock looking about to be called forward. So we've got 5 minutes until the start of this final, so we'll be probably a little bit of a break. They're running through these driver introductions quicker than a little bit quicker than anticipated. So we've got these guys being run through, called up, then the cars will be released out onto the grid. Won't want to remove the tyre warmers too early. And then we're going to see battle commence. Simon Lauter, the driver who can retain his title if he can win this leg, retain the title that he won in Turkheim last year. Ollie Bulting won a couple of years previously to that at Huddy Arena. Ollie Payne has won a 1/12th European Championship back in 2018. Not a million miles away in Racing Arena Limburg, but not won a stock European Championship, so only won, not a touring car European Championship. So only one of these three drivers that has not won this title. They look like the sort of pacey drivers. So track probably falls silent for just a couple of minutes. They've got through those driver announcements quicker than they expected, but of course they want to stick to timetable and time schedule because it will affect the additive timing of later drivers. Getting set then for this Spec A final leg number 2 of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Also brought to you in conjunction with the event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. Waiting for cars to be released. See Luan there just holding one of the rear wheels of Ollie Baltink's car whilst he spins it up. What he's actually doing there is just basically warming up the diff. They're fluid-filled diffs, and you're just wanting to disperse the oil all the way through the through the diff. So fairly common thing with these, just to make sure that the diff is nice and up to temperature, remains consistent throughout the course of the run, rather than starting the run cold, then warming up as the run goes on, and the car just, it makes the car more consistent through the run. So fairly standard thing for drivers to do, but in case you're wondering why you're seeing that going on, and drivers or mechanics hanging onto one wheel whilst the drivers power the cars up. So cars starting to head out onto the circuit, seeing Jesper Rasmussen being released. 1 minute until the start. So Simon Lauter heads out onto track. Could be around 6 minutes away from defending his title. Remember last year, he won the first leg. He made a mistake in the second leg and left it all to do in the third, which he did. But we're going to see at the start of this one if Ollie Payne can get the jump on Ollie Baltink and start applying that pressure earlier. So official just making sure cars are all in position. Everybody desperate to get a good start. Niels de Gruyter just being placed in position. Adam I say. It's the car of Ollie Payne. Ollie Baltink, Simon Lauter. Here we go. Good start from the top three. Simon Lauter leads away, and a small mistake there. Ollie Baltink backs out of it. So as we thought, Ollie Baltink possibly going a bit defensive and riding shotgun. He backs up, checks up Ollie Payne. So Simon Lauter running away at the front of this one. Ollie Baltink, we are watching him and Ollie Payne, the two white-coloured cars, battling each other. Ollie Baltink is the one with the orange decals on. Ollie Payne, the car with the black-coloured decals. Ollie Baltink defending for his life, and Ollie Payne makes a small mistake behind him, just drops off the back of him. That is allowing Simon Lauter just to edge away. I think what is it, like 2.4 seconds. So coming out onto the main straight, Ollie Payne makes a move on Ollie Boltink. Ollie second place now, and he just touches the grass as well, so now he's got clear. He knows he needs to charge. He had a quick car underneath him in leg 1, but now Simon Lauter has got quite a big lead over Ollie Payne. It's about the length of the main straight. Let's just see what they do this time around. It was a 16.8 last time from Simon Lauter. It was a 17 flat from Ollie Payne. 16.9 from Simon Lauter that time. 17.1 from Ollie Payne. So not working out for Ollie Payne at the moment. He's clear of Ollie Boltink though. So he has already gapped Ollie Boltink. He just now needs to start trying to get after the car of Simon Lauter. We're running with Ollie Payne as he tries to chase down Simon. Let's see what the gap is. We had a quicker lap last time. We had a 16.8 from Ollie Payne with a 17.1 from Simon Lauter. So Ollie Payne has got the pace in that car. It's a 16.9 for the pair of them. Simon to check the gap. So fairly constant the last time out. Ollie Payne needs to be closing at a much quicker rate than he currently is. A 16.9 again, a 16.8. So a tenth of a second Ollie's managed to take out of Simon. But what have we got? We have got just over 2 minutes of this final remaining. It took Ollie Payne, I think, too long possibly to get past Ollie Boltink. So 2 minutes remaining. We are running with the second place car of Ollie Payne at the moment. This all white coloured car coming down the main straight, trying to give chase to Simon Lauter. There's not really any gain that he's making. Occasionally he's taken like half a tenth on that lap. So we're now running with Simon, our lead car. So Simon now he's kind of checked the gap. It doesn't matter with 1.5 minutes left if it was 2 tenths that time that Ollie's taken out of him. His gap though, 2.2 seconds. So a couple of tenths a lap isn't really going to hurt Simon. I think he might owe Ollie Boltink a beer after this one. Ollie Boltink driving quite defensively, quite tight, giving Simon Lauter the opportunity to escape at the front of this one that we suspected that might be the case. So Ollie Payne still charging. He's taken another 1.5 tenths out of Simon Lauter on that lap. Where are we now? We've got 50 seconds remaining. So down the main straight once more for Simon Lauter. It's still just about the length of the main straight. Ollie Payne's nibbling away at it. Ollie Payne still comfortably in second position in this one. And yeah, he's taken some of the gap down. I think Simon was probably, once he had that big lead, went into a little bit of management mode. Again, Ollie's taken like half a tenth out of him. What do we got now? 20 seconds to go. So they're going to go through. Simon's going to make the extra lap. I think Ollie will... No, Simon's the only one showing as making the extra lap currently at the moment. So let's just see as they go through if they do actually make the extra lap. Simon Lauter crosses the line and makes the extra lap. Ollie Payne does not make the extra lap. So Simon Lauter on a victory lap now down the main straight. Simon Lauter is your European champion for the year. He's the only driver who has made the extra lap. Ollie Payne just misses out. So Simon Lauter then taking the win there in that one. The only driver to make the extra lap. Valiant effort from Ollie Payne. Absolutely charged after Simon Lauter once he'd got clear of Ollie Boltink with a super clean move coming out onto the main straight. Fair play to Ollie Boltink. He defended as hard as he could against a rampant Ollie Payne, really. But Ollie, once he'd got clear, charged as hard as he could. But Simon Lauter takes the win in that leg. He's won the first 2 legs. Simon Lauter is European champion for 2024 in the Spec class. Woo. What do we have next? We've got modified. We've got a 2-car final coming up. Robin Eiserman won the first leg of this D final from Pascal Escude. In Simon Lauter heading out to his marshal position. Kind of feels a bit, obviously got to do it, but out there having, you know, the euphoric moment of having won the European title, and then immediately having to go out and marshal a two-car final. So, just getting set then for the modified D final. Two cars out there. Robin Eiserman leads away with the number 1 car. Pascal Escude spins and puts it on the grass. So Robin Eiserman already with half a lap lead after lap 1. So Robin Eiserman, if he wins this, has won overall, and just coming down the main straight, he is looking like possibly he's going to lap Pascal Escude within the first minute. Not quite, but in fact, he is. So Pascal Escude, is he retiring to the pit lane? He is. Okay. So we have a demonstration drive for Robin Eiserman then. One car. Yes, okay. This is not going to be the most entertaining 5 minutes of track action. Robin Eiserman now the winner of this modified D final overall, having won the first leg. Clearly, with a retirement from Pascal Escude, he's going to win the second leg. I really hope this means that they go out for the third leg. Otherwise, we're going to have something very, very quiet out there. Obviously, Pascal Escude is confirmed. Oh no, Pascal Escude's come out to join in. So Pascal, a couple of laps down, but let's run with him. The green car. That does not sound good. Pascal is he toiling back round into the pits? Yes, he is. So something not quite right. So Pascal pulls up out of the pits. Back to Robin Eiserman then. Down the main straight once more. So these modified cars, much more powerful motors in these cars. Promise you this will get a little bit more entertaining when we move to 10-car finals next. It's a sort of quirk of the timing system and the number of entries that we're down to a 2-car final with one broken car, leaving us with one car circulating out on track. That the car of Robin Eiserman. Robin having already won the first leg of this final. Just on a demonstration run. He's got all of the A finalists from the Spec class out there at his service, ready to marshal him at a moment's notice. So if he wants to get his car touched by a bunch of world-class drivers, he just needs to spin in front of every one of them. So he's got a lot of opportunity out there. But Robin going pretty well, actually. I mean, in fairness, the car looks pretty decent. He's keeping it circulating, not throwing it off the track. How long have we got? Oh, there we go. Commentator's curse. Let's. He's in the fence. His car's recovered. I'm quite glad he didn't break it then at that point. But, Robin Eiserman, we've put a commentator's curse on him saying he was going well, making no mistakes. He's got his touch from a European A finalist. He's taking quite a few risks at the end of the main straight, actually, turning in quite low down there for sort of someone that doesn't really need to. Clearly, no one's going to beat him, even if Pascal Escude came back on the track now with 35 seconds left. He's not going to have enough time to do anything, but he could do some donuts for the crowd if he wanted, but he's just enjoying it. He's got a practice session with a crowd for Robin Eiserman. Backs it in off the corner, goes for full style points. On to the last lap now for Robin Eiserman. Down the main straight once more, through the bank sweeper, nice and low. Bring it across. Robin! He's got a body tuck. Robin pulls it across the line to finish. Robin Eiserman takes the win there. In kind of style, right at the end. Robin Eiserman taking that one by 16 laps over Pascal Escude. C final coming next. C final coming next. Robin Eiserman hoping that he doesn't fail tech. Who have we got next? We have got the modified C main. So let's just have a reminder what happened last time out. Modified C main. Martin Wouters won this one. He did, from Lorenzo van Leeuwen, Benjamin Jabira in third position. In fact, yes, Martin Wouters made an awesome move on this one last time in that little short shoot where we've just seen Robin Eiserman make a bit of a mistake on the last lap. He just had basically epic traction off the corner and launched his car forward. Did Martin Wouters pass the car of Ben Jabira. So we'll see if Martin Wouters can run and hide at the start of this one. There you go. Benjamin Jabira, Martin Wouters, Matthew Dambreen will be the top three. For those of you asking about the windmill shadows earlier, there you go. All the way across the screen. Missing the number 5 car of Mattia Kalina. Not seeing his car out there. Benjamin Jabira gets off the line well, a little bit better than Martin Wouters, who hesitated slightly, but Martin already right on him. So Ben Jabira, the all yellow coloured car, Martin Wouters, the teal coloured car immediately behind him. Down the main straight for the first time, Martin Wouters. It was about this point, and a spin there for Ben Jabira. So Martin Wouters out in front already. A little bit too much curb on the grass banking for Benjamin Jabira, this yellow car that we are running with now, as he comes out down the main straight for the second time. Second time at full power. Anyway, he is fighting off the attentions of Matthew Dambreen with the sort of pinky red coloured car behind him. And a little bit loose for Matthew in the banked sweeper. That has put Benjamin Jabira out a little bit clear in second position. Matthew Dambreen fighting with Lorenzo van Leeuwen. Benjamin Jabira we're running with. If we move our focus back one car to the sort of pinky coloured car, there we go. That is the battle for third, fourth and fifth. That is Matthew Dambreen, Lorenzo van Leeuwen and Daniele Piccini. Matthew Dambreen running in third position. Believe this is his first track, electric track European Championships that he has raced at. So a learning exercise for him. This is the closest battle on track at the moment over third position. Heading out down towards the main straight once more. Martin Wouters still leading this one from Benjamin Jabira. This battle going on about the length of the main straight behind them. The front two sort of circulating by themselves. Matthew Dambreen trying to close in on the back of Benjamin Jabira. He's got a little bit closer this time, actually. He was a 15.9 last time round, so fastest lap last time round from Matthew Dambreen, 15.809. He's lapping quicker than the two leaders. But it's only a tenth or so. Matthew Dambreen, we're running with him as he tries to close in on Benjamin Jabira. Martin Wouters winning the first leg. We're running with Matthew Dambreen as he tries to chase down second place Benjamin Jabira. Matthew is the sort of reddy coloured car we have in the centre of shot. We've got the yellow coloured car just out the front of shot is second place. They're catching and passing traffic now. So Matthew now right with Benjamin Jabira. Faster lap again last time round by just over a tenth for Matthew Dambreen. It was about a tenth and a half. So Matthew gearing up for a crack at second position. Battle for second between the yellow coloured car and the red coloured car just coming out onto the main straight now. Matthew Dambreen riding the curbs, trying to find a gap, looking for some kind of an opening if he can find his way past Benjamin Jabira. He's done the hard work of catching him. 40 seconds to go. The pair of them catching. No, that's lap traffic. I thought that was Martin Wouters. Martin Wouters at the length of the main straight ahead. Still this battle going on. 16 seconds, so this should be their final lap. It will be. Martin Wouters is going to make the extra lap. These two are not. So we'll watch these cross the line. Benjamin Jabira hangs on to second. Matthew Dambreen finished. Martin Wouters, he's just come down the straight. That's our leader. He is confirmed as the winner of this final because he was the only driver to make the extra lap. He's definitely confirmed as the winner because he has also won the first leg. So that's the C final. Martin Wouters winning the second leg of the C final. He's already won the first leg of it. Martin Wouters is the overall winner. B final coming next. Reminder of what happened last time. Remy Callens won the B final last time from Oliver Havranek and Matthias Knopp. Of course, after this B final, we'll have a small gap as we have the driver announcements for the A final. We got Mark Reinhard in with a possibility of winning the title. He won the first leg. One minute until the start of this final. Just getting set for the start of this B final. Remy Callens will be leading away. Then the yellow-coloured car out at the front of this one. Mod B final leg number 2, about to go into 10 seconds. Remy Callens leads away from Matthias Knopp and Dan Robbins. Remy Callens, the all-yellow coloured car. Matthias Knopp, the white, yellow and red coloured car. A little bit loose for Knopp as he powered out towards the main straight. He hung on to it though. Got the power down. Front 3 charging hard. Dan Robbins dropping down the field. Oliver Havranek up into 3rd position from 4th on the grid. So closest battle is the battle for 2nd position currently. Matthias Knopp versus Oliver Havranek. Matthias Knopp, the white, yellow and red coloured car. Oliver Havranek, the orange coloured car. Havranek looking like he's got some fairly serious pace in that car. All the way around the outside. Stonking move there from Havranek. Just came out onto the main straight, gassed it up and launched it past the car of Matthias Knopp. So Havranek now in 2nd. Let's run with the orange coloured car in 2nd. See if he can catch the lead car of Remy Callens. Remy Callens winning the first leg. Oliver Havranek all the way up from 4th on the grid. Immediately up into, well, I say immediately, but within the first minute and a half, all the way up into 2nd place, and a absolutely stunning move around Matthias Knopp up into that 2nd place. He does look like he is closing, does Oliver Havranek. Let's see on lap times this time round. It's a 15.5 for Callens. It's a 15.4 for Havranek. Down the main straight once more. The gap just coming down, but so difficult with drivers of this class. You've got to catch them. And at 1/10 of a second a lap, it takes quite a few laps, and it only takes one very small mistake for all of your work to be undone. Having said that, that's another 10th I think he's got out of him, a 15.6. Yeah, pretty much. It's like half a 10th that time round. Gap just looks like it's coming down, but Oliver Havranek throwing everything at this one. He does look like he's taking some risks out there. He's taking a lot of curb out there. He is trying desperately to close down the car of Remy Callens. Remy Callens having taken the leg number 1 win. Would take the overall if he can take this one. But he's right with him now as they come out onto the main straight. Little bit of a sideways bobble for Remy Callens. Havranek, with 1 minute 45 to go, has arrived on the tail of Remy Callens. Out of the main straight once more. Better exit for Remy Callens. Remy Callens looking to take this one home and at least win the B final from his BQ position. And a small mistake there from Havranek that has just taken the pressure off of Remy Callens slightly. Let's see if Havranek can come back at him. 1 minute 20 remaining. Remy Callens still fighting to stay in front of Oliver Havranek. Havranek did all the hard work. He caught him up and then just made a really small mistake. Coming back again for another go. 2 tenths out of him that lap. What have we got? We've got... Time is coming down. We've got about 40 seconds, 4-0 remaining. Past lap traffic. Still this lead battle going on between the orange-coloured car we've got in shot, the yellow-coloured car out the front of shot. It will be this lap that they have entered plus 1 more. I don't think Oliver Havranek is going to have enough time to get there. So Remy Callens begins his last lap. He won the first leg. If he can hang on to this one, he'll take the overall for this B final. Down the main straight one more time. Havranek closing. Remy Callens, though, just doing enough to cross the line and take that one. So Remy Callens has got that from Oliver Havranek. Harley Eldridge in 3rd position in the end. So Harley Eldridge getting 3rd off of Matthias Knopp right at the towards the end of that one and getting that by around 3 seconds. So really good drive from Harley there. But Remy Callens taking the overall. So now we're going to have the driver introductions for the second of the modified A-mains. Of course, drivers taking part in this will be Michael Olowski, Mark Reinhard, Bruno Coelho, Alex Hagberg, Lucas Urban, Christopher Krapp, Ronald Volker, Antoine Brunet, Yannick Prumper and Eric Dankel. Last time round, Mark Reinhard won the first leg from Alex Hagberg, Chrissy Krapp, Michael Olowski, Antoine Brunet, Bruno Coelho, Yannick Prumper, Lucas Urban, Ronald Volker and Eric Dankel. So mistakes last time out in the A final from Michael Olowski very, very early on. And later on from Bruno Coelho as he was trying to fashion a pass on Mark Reinhard. So waiting for drivers to be called up. That gives us a few minutes before the start of this A main. Gives us a few minutes. So, yep, driver announcements taking place. Just a little bit of a lull before this second final. Mark Reinhard in with an opportunity of taking the overall win. We've already seen Simon Lauter winning the 13.5 Spec class. So Mark Reinhard, the only driver who would be able to win this one in this leg. Michael Olowski looking to take this to the final leg. Bruno Coelho being called forward. So again, they're running through these driver introductions a little bit quicker than anticipated. So there'll be a little bit of a gap before finals do start. We are scheduled for, let's have a look, a start time of 29 minutes past, so 4 minutes time. So Michael Olowski being called up. Just waiting for the pit lane to be opened. The got a little bit overcast here again, and wind picking up slightly. It's taken the shadows off of some of the track. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here for this live coverage on RC Racing TV of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. We're bringing you live coverage of this modified A final leg number 2, all set to go in a moment. Michael Olowski making a mistake of leg number 1, allowing Mark Reinhard through into a lead. Bruno Coelho. The front 2 being carried out to the grid by their mechanics. Ollie Payne taking out the car of Michael Olowski. Simon Lauter taking out the car of Mark Reinhard. Other cars driving round to the line. So these front 2 wanting absolutely everything they can out of their tyres. Plain white body shells for Olowski and Reinhard. Ronald Volker just getting pushed forward there. Lucas Aband just touched backwards. And for Hagberg, they're happy. Here we go. Off the line, little bit of a weave for Mark Reinhard. Michael Olowski gets away cleanly. He'd done the same last time. It was further round, just a small bobble from Bruno. Let's let the front 2 get away. So these all white coloured cars. It was here last time that Michael Olowski made a mistake. He has navigated that. Mark Reinhard trying to apply the pressure. Mark, the only driver that can win it in this leg. With a win overall, Michael Olowski will be trying to get away. Mark got the bit between his teeth. Suspect the chicken wing is in attendance on the rostrum. His arm will be fully raised. He can sniff a victory here. Michael Olowski versus Mark Reinhard. Michael Olowski is the lead of the two white cars. Mark Reinhard, the second of the two all-white coloured cars. Bruno Coelho trying to join in. Bruno is running his traditional race paint, but we are running with the top two at the moment. Reinhard looked like he was close enough to have a look. He looks like he's maybe got a bit more pace than Michael Olowski. These two great friends. Mark acting almost as a bit of a mentor for Michael Olowski. Mark has a chance. Looks like Mark's got a slightly quicker car if he can find his way through. Olowski not looking particularly comfortable. I would think unless Olowski is trying to back Mark into Bruno, but that would be a very, very brave call at this point. I think he'd be just trying to get off and down the road. But Bruno is definitely catching it as well. So this is about to become a lead 3. Let's have a look at lap times. Olowski with a 15.4, Mark with a 15.3, Bruno with a 15.2. So the quickest car is the third of these three cars as they flash down the main straight. Bruno now with them. The front three have made a break for it. It's starting to feel like it's spitting with rain possibly. There's just a bit of moisture in the air. Reinhard looking like he is more comfortable. He wants past Olowski. He's on the curb, but he doesn't want to open a gap for Bruno either. Just coming out onto the main straight once more. Reinhard still trying to find his way past. Olowski just keeping this one super tight. Bruno now fancying a shot at Mark. That's made him go a little bit defensive, and it's allowed Olowski just to stretch away a little bit sideways there for Mark. He hung on to it, but he'll just be wanting to keep that a little bit tighter. He needs to escape if he possibly can. Just seeing some spots of rain starting to appear, as if we didn't need any more drama in this final. Mark Reinhard now looks like he's applying more and more pressure, and Mark Reinhard has a little half spin there. Wonder if that is a bit of moisture on the track. Bruno Coelho up into second position now, so now Bruno applying pressure, more and more spits of rain, so the track is going to start getting really slippery. Lap times are going to go through the roof. Bruno Coelho then to the outside, tries to power past Michael Olowski. Mark Reinhard still running in third position. They're just struggling to get the car slowed down, turned in. Bruno now all over the back of Michael. Mark Reinhard's on the grass. Bruno now slithers through. Bruno, oh, they touch. So Bruno and Michael coming out onto the main straight. The track's really slick. There are spots of rain definitely falling and making this track slick. Bruno looks up the inside. He's trying. He's got a little bit more pressure. He's got the inside. Fantastic move from Bruno. So Bruno now through on Michael Olowski. Alex Hagberg is in third position, but we are watching Bruno. Michael has a go around the outside, looks for it, tucks back. Michael gets it back with a fantastic move. So Michael throwing caution to the wind, nicking that one back. Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Not really raced each other that much, but a mistake then from Olowski. That lets Bruno through. How long have we got left? We have got final 20 seconds. So we are going to possibly have this lap and one more. Just having a look, 10 seconds left. I think they're just going to make it. So Bruno comes through. Bruno and Michael are on to their final lap. And I think everybody else is finished. So this is Bruno versus Michael for the leg win. Only two drivers. Michael launches it, doesn't make it. So Bruno takes the leg win from Michael Olowski. Stunning result there. Mark Reinhard with a little bit of a slip. We had some spots of rain just fell on the track. Just made it very, very slick. But right at the end there, Michael Orlowski ending up in second position with that one, with Bruno winning it. But that was some fantastic racing action going on at the front of that one. But that goes into leg number 3 now. So just going to see what that does for the overall. We've got Bruno winning a leg. We've got Mark winning a leg. And we've got the pole position man not having won a leg. Alex Hagberg is in fact leading with a 2 and a 3. Mark's got a 1 and a 5. Orlowski has a 2 and a 4. At the moment, Bruno's got a 1 and a 6. So, yeah, this is all to play for. Any one of... let's have a look at the permutations. Obviously, if Mark wins the last leg, he's got a 1 and a 1. If Bruno wins the last leg, he's got a 1 and a 1. If Michael wins the last leg, he would have a 1 and a 2. That would then come down to who finished second in the second leg, whether it was Mark or Bruno, and the time. Well, Mark would have a quicker time than Bruno because that second leg was not particularly fast, I don't think. Let me just double check. That was a 19.513. Mark's was a 19.502. So yeah, Mark has got the quicker leg win. So going into this last leg, it depends on obviously the time that Michael does. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm going to be fingers and thumbs for that last one. It's going to depend on the time they do. They've all got new tyres. So yeah, that was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome race going on there. Just got a couple of minutes before the C final. Frank is going to go and try and find Bruno. And I believe he's got him now.
All right, we're here with leg 2 of the mod final, Bruno Coelho. So that was amazing. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, it was very good. I felt much more confident now. We changed the car for this final. So from the beginning, I felt confident. I had like a spun out in the beginning, which was unexpected. I don't know why it happened. But I felt immediately the car was better than the round before. So I was able to catch the guys in front. And then suddenly, like unexpected, started to rain. And we could see the rain, you know. Yeah. So we knew that at any moment we will lose completely the traction. So I started immediately to drive super smooth and to see what happened. So Mark was the first to spin out, and then I started to catch Orlovsky, and I saw that he was struggling a little bit. So I just tried to drive with him and like wait for the mistake, not being me the first doing the mistake. Yeah, and then I was able like kind of to pass him, and then suddenly stopped to rain and the track dried up. So I was like, Orlovsky was outside on me, and I was like not expecting to have that much traction, and he had the traction to continue. And I was like, okay, the traction is back, so I started to force again, and we fight again. Then he touched the grass, I believe, and I passed him, and then I tried to survive until the end.
Now, I asked you earlier, I said, you know, racing around Portugal, you probably had a lot of experience in the rain. You said, I don't want to answer that.
Yeah, it's my first official race on rain. I never drove before. I drove, I think, ENS like 10 years ago, but it was with foam tires on nitro. And now it's my official first drive like on the rain. So I don't have any experience, but I mean, I like it.
Well, we love it. We love to see the racing, and good luck in A3.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
So there we go. Good to catch up with Bruno there. We now have a couple of minutes before the front-wheel drive C final leg number 3. Just going to get an update on overall positions. Just give ourselves a bit of a reminder about what's going on. So what have we got? Julian Yost has already taken the win in this one with 2 leg wins. and is sitting out this third leg of the final. Marek Sova with a 2 and a 3, Stefan de Lies with a 2 and a 3. So kind of looking for the battle for second position between Marek Sova and Stefan de Lies. They get off the line. Marek Sova leading away from Stefan. Stefan de Lies gets turned round. Marek Sova leading this one then quite comfortably. Very, very comfortably from Stefan de Lies. Down the main straight for the first time. So that smattering of like that really, really light rain shower that we had has completely gone and dried up. That just arrived just to make the modified A final really mixed up. Marek Sova leading this one pretty comfortably from Stefan de Lies. He is like 2.9 seconds to the good. Stefan de Lies has had a pretty decent last lap. The gaps come down a little bit. Of course, gaps look a lot smaller with these cars as they're moving slower. Still Marek Sova leading this one. If he wins this leg, he will be second overall to Julian Jost for this C final of the front-wheel drive class. Julian Jost choosing to sit out after winning the first 2 legs. Of course, no one then can beat the 1 and the 1. And the guys running in first and second position currently, Marek Sova and Stefan de Lies, have a 2 and a 3 each. So whoever gets the 1 to add to their 2 and end up on 3 points will take the second position on the podium. No close battles going on with this one. Got bright sun out again now. We can see the shadows of the windmill moving across the track. Down, passing some traffic. That is the number 5 car of Heinz Huber. Gets out of his way very neatly. So this a little less action-packed than the modified A final that we have just seen. That was all action and then some. We saw just about everything in that. We saw Bruno Coelho taking the win from Michael Olowski after a little bit of a rain shower. We had a mistake from Mark Reinhardt, so we've got a thrilling last leg coming up with that one. We've got Mark Reinhardt having taken a leg win and currently having the fastest time. We've got Bruno with a leg win. So obviously, if either Mark or Bruno wins it, they win it overall. They've got their drop scores are going to possibly come into it as well. And then you got Michael Olowski, who hasn't yet won a leg, but he's got a second as well. So you could end up with, conceivably, all 3 of them tied on points. And with fresh tyres for everybody again for the third leg. Clearly Bruno isn't going to, his time with the smattering of rain wasn't particularly fast, so Mark's got the advantage of having a quicker run so far in there, but with fresh tyres for them all for the third leg, Michael could blow that out of the water. They have to say Michael didn't look quite as comfortable as Mark did in that particular leg. We're still running with Marek Sova, 30 seconds to go in this one. Stefan de Lies kind of heading towards him. He's closing him down, but We're going to have, what is it, this lap plus one more. So they're on to what will be their final lap now. Marek Sova just needs to keep this one moving. Stefan Delis closing in on him, but don't think he is going to get there. There we go. Marek Sova taking that one, finishing second overall in that final. Let's just get that confirmed as the podium positions in that final. It should be Julian Yost from Marek Sova. Let's have a look. Ranking lists for the finals. And yep, there we go. Julian Yost, Marek Sova, Stefan Delis. Top three in that. Who have we got here? We have got Martin Rasmussen has won in the B final. He's already won it because he's won the first two legs. So remain to see if we see him out there. We've got Oliver Heiser, Thomas Sova. Does look like we've got Martin Rasmussen choosing to take part in this one as well. So fair play. He's going out there and trying to win the third leg as well. Two schools of thought on that one. One is that you don't want to go out there and affect the results of anybody else. The second one is by sitting out the third leg, you give someone an open goal to get that 1 point, which launches them up the field. You can see both sides of that argument. Something like a 1 and a 3 would beat a 2 and a 2, for instance. So Martin Rasmussen already having won this. But Martin Rasmussen leads off once more from Yannick Romans. And make it round the first couple of corners okay. Oliver Heiser looking pretty quick out there with the 3 car. And Mark Young also fancying a go at the top 3. But top 3 have already made a little bit of a break for it, although Oliver Heiser runs a little bit deep. But he seems to have some speed in that car right at, like towards the end. He just seems to be gaining a bit more speed. He's pulling a few more RPM possibly. Fixed gear ratio obviously, but in theory the rollout of them's the same. So the number of millimeters they travel per revolution of the motor is what we mean when we say rollout. But if the motor's pulling a bit more RPM, that will help you. And there we go. So we've got a change for second. Oliver Heiser picking up second position. And then throws it all away. So we now have a battle for second position going on. And just trying to figure out if Yannick Romans has got, no, it's not a body tuck. It looks like a body tuck, but it's like a black stripe running diagonally in front of his front wheel, in front of his rear wheel arch. Oliver Heiser, though, coming back at him. Heise pushing forward, just trying to find a gap, find a way through. He's really got some speed off the end of that main straight, though. His car just continues building speed. And Yannick Rommens resorts to weaving in front of Oliver Heise. That's more than one change of direction. I think an F1 steward would consider that. But there we go. So just Oliver Heise powers past Yannick Rommens into second position. Martin Rasmussen out front. Martin Rasmussen has already won this one. Oliver Heise with a 2 and a 3 already, so this would secure his second place overall if he finishes second in this one. But obviously having made a mistake and dropped back now. Yannick Rommens back into second position. We've got 1.5 minutes left. We are running with the number 2 car of Yannick Rommens. Thomas Sova now up into third position. Thomas Sova could join Oliver Heise on 5 points with the third position here, where he's currently running. In fact, Thomas Sova up to second overall. He is and a bit of door banging going on as they come out. So this actually could decide the second spot on the podium. So the 7 car of Thomas Sova and Oliver Heise wanting part of that, and but the yellow front, orange rear car. Let's see if we can pick him up with 30 seconds to go. So he's 1 car forward in shot. There we go. Thomas Sova now in second. This would give him 2 second places. Martin Rasmussen's gone. No, Martin Rasmussen has not gone. Martin Rasmussen has put it on the grass. So Marshall can't get to him. He's already won the final, so it doesn't matter. But now Thomas Sova leading this one. So this would put Thomas Sova with a win and a second. So this is the final lap that they're on. So Thomas Sova going to come round, cross the line. Thomas Sova taking the leg win, and I think that's going to give him second overall in this B final. We'll just confirm that, but yeah, 2 and a 1. It's going to give him 3 points to go with that will get him second overall. Just confirming that. Yep, there we go. Oliver Heise in third overall in that one. So coming next, we've got the A final. Thomas Sova taking that all the way from 7th on the grid, so finishing second overall. Coming up then, this final leg, what have we got then as permutations? Well, Frederik Hovgaard has got a win and a 4, so he's currently leading with 5 points. Adam Isay with a 2 and a 6. Adam Isay is the pole man. He's had incidents with Stefan Schultz twice, though. Jacques Lieber with a 3 and a 5. We've got Stefan Schultz with a 1 and a 10. Stefan, after the first leg, during the first leg, he had a coming together with Adam Isay on lap number 1 and then stopped. So he's potentially got fresher tyres than anybody else. So it'll be Adam Isay away from pole with Stefan Schultz. I think they're the 2 most likely. But Frederik Hovgaard has got a leg win as well, and he will be starting from 4th on the grid. So you need to keep an eye out for him. And again, then fingers and thumbs come into it it makes it quite easy. If Stefan Schultz wins, it's easy. If Frederik Hovgaard wins, it's easy. If Adam Isay wins it, he's got a 1 and a 2. Therefore, either Frederik Hovgaard or Stefan Schultz finishing second, it's then going to come down to times and overall times. So quite a few different permutations for this one. And Daniel Perlman just pulling up to the line. So going to see what happens here. Can Stefan Schultz and Adam Isay avoid one another during the course of this race? Front wheel drive A final, leg number 3. To crown European champion for 2024 in front wheel drive. They've got off the line. Adam Isay getting away from Stefan Schultz. Daniel Perlman having a look at Stefan Schultz already. Bit of door banging going on. Stefan has a body tuck, spins round. That is a body tuck for Stefan Schultz. Adam Isay will breathe a sigh of relief at that one. Down the main straight for Adam Isay. Lap number 1 almost complete. Stefan Schultz having fallen down the field. So Adam Isay with a second place. So he kind of needs a clean run as possible. He needs to run and hide and look for a fastest time. Let's just have a look. Frederik Hovgaard did a 15 in 5:06. We had the best time of Stefan Schultz was a 15 in 5:01. So Stefan Schultz got the quickest time currently, although he would need to finish second. So basically we're looking for, if Adam Isay can win this one, where Frederik Hovgaard finishes. Because Stefan Schultz is down in 6th position currently. Frederik Hovgaard is running in 3rd position. So at the moment, this is enough for Adam Isay. This would give him a 1 and a 2. Frederik Hovgaard needs 1 extra position for times to come into it. This would give Hovgaard a 1 and a 3 currently. So Adam Isay doing what he needs to do, but he can make it a bit more secure. His time currently 15:5:03, so he's going slower than Stefan Schultz did last time out. Stefan Schultz slightly out of the mix though. He would have to make some big progress forward to get himself up into 2nd position. Keeping an eye, Stefan he's down in 7th place currently. We're running with Adam Isay down the main straight. Adam, a couple of minutes away from winning what would be, I believe, his maiden European Championship. Down the main straight once more. Adam and Stefan looking like they've been a little bit of a step ahead of everybody else over the course of this weekend. Just want to move our focus back to the 2 minty green coloured cars on the main straight. So the battle for 2nd and 3rd position currently. And in fact, we've had a change there. So Frederik Hovgaard now up into 2nd place. So now Hovgaard and Isay would be tied both on 3 points. Hovgaard did what did we say he did on his time for the first run? It was a 15:5:06. Adam Isay currently heading for a 5:04 on this one. So Frederik Hovgaard now potentially, we're running with him, needs to keep an eye on the pace that Adam Isay is running at. Adam Isay, they're both going to end up on 3 points here, but Adam Isay currently heading for a 5:04. Doesn't need to be a huge drop-off in pace. 5:04.7 forecast for Adam Isay. So we're just looking at where this fastest time ends up. Hovgaard did a, what did he do? 5:06.221. 5:05.620 predicted now. What have we got? 40 seconds left. Let's just see as Adam Isay crosses the line what his predicted time is. 5:06.159. I think we might be about to see Frederik Hovgaard crowned champion. It's all going to come down to pretty much the lap time on the final lap. So Adam Isay is going to win this leg and end up on 3 points. The same as, let's have a look what Adam Isay's done. He's on his final lap. His predicted time, 5:06.368. I think this is going to come down to times 5:06.221. It's going to have to be a storming final lap from Adam Isay. We'll have a look at his finishing time. Frederik Hovgaard just needs to bring this home in second place, but I think he's doing enough. So Adam Isay wins the leg. He's got a 1 and a 2. Frederik Hovgaard with a 1 and a 2. What's the time? 5:06.377. I think that plays against 5:06.221. So I think by a tenth of a second in the first leg, Frederik Hovgaard has won the title. Let me just confirm that and update the ranking list. Indeed, Frederik Hovgaard is showing as the winner from Adam Isay. So Frederik Hovgaard by about a tenth of a second at the end. So that was a crucial move by Frederik there on the car of Daniel Perlman to get himself up into second place. So Frederik Hovgaard winning that from fourth on the grid. That's an awesome, absolutely awesome result there for him. Frederik Hovgaard taking the overall win in the front-wheel drive class. So congrats to him. Having said that, Adam Isay and Stefan Schulz looked a step ahead of everybody over the course of the weekend. We've now got a different champion. So fantastic effort there from Frederik Hovgaard. Little bit quieter now. So we've already crowned 2 European champions, Frederik Hovgaard in front-wheel drive and Simon Lauter in Spec, so just modified to go. One minute until the start of this final. What do we got? Herman van Gansen, Sonny van der Bore, and Panos Koutsarakis. We've got all 3 cars out there. I think Sonny van den Bore has already won this class. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, Sonny's got a 1 and a 1. Herman van Gansen with a 2 and a 2. Panos Koutsarakis with a 2 and a 3. So already Van Gansen just sort of dives out of the way and lets Sonny van den Bore through. So down the main straight for the first time. Sonny van den Bore leading this one by a fair amount already. Let's just move our focus back onto those other 2 cars battling, although Panos Koutsarakis makes it quite easy for Herman van Gansen to move up into second position. Van den Bore streaking away at the front. He's already won this final. Let's run with the teal blue coloured car of Herman van Gansen. running in second position. So with Sonny van den Borre choosing to run this one, it kind of locks in the result as the top three. He'd already won it by winning the first 2 legs of this Spec class final. It would have given Herman van Gans, or it would have given Panos Koutsarakis a chance of nicking second place off of Herman van Gansen by winning this third leg. Could still happen, but I think given the sort of respective paces of the cars that we've seen over the course of the day, I think we're fairly locked in. Small mistake there for Van Gansen. Herman van Gansen making a little bit of a mistake. Not a huge advantage over Panos Koutsarakis. It's, what is it, like 3 seconds? So Sonny van den Borre is about 9 seconds down the road. So these three lapping in kind of isolation to one another. So we've had a few quiet finals after some epic A-mains. Just gives us a chance to calm down a little bit. Let's pick up the white-coloured car of Panos Koutsarakis. We're not really focused on him too much, but let's give him a bit of airtime as well. We looked at Sonny van den Borre earlier on in the run. This is the third place man of Panos Koutsarakis. 1 minute 30 remaining. Just about to be lapped. There we go, opens up, lets Sonny van den Borre round quite nicely. Oh, where's he going? That's all right, he's back on the track. Car looking a bit wayward. I think he ended up on the grass. And of course, with those few spits of rain that we saw during the modified final, that's just made the track a little bit slick. Well, not so much the track, but the grass. So just a few spots of moisture. No sign of that on the track now, though. It's baking hot, but yeah, that was a final for the ages, I think, in modified that we saw, leg number 2. Still running with third place man. What have we got? 20 seconds left. Should we pick up Sonny van den Borre as he crosses the line? He's the red front, yellow centre, blue rear car. He's led this one pretty much from lights to flag. He started out second, but took the lead on lap number 1. Just coming up for his finishing time. So wins the third leg. So there we go. That is the G final for Spec done. Coming in towards the F final now. And who have we got in this one? F final. Mikkel Bedin with a 1 and a 5. Philip Lischke with a 3. Just who else has got a win? Martin Bernardi's got a 1 and a 10. Martin Bernardi starting off out front. Christoph Lieber with a 2 and a 2. So Mikkel Bedin from pole. So any one of the front three really can get this. If Mikel Abedin or Martin Bernardi take it, then they will win it overall. So one of the front two going to be looking to take this position. One minute until the start of this F final. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on finals day. Our live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Cars being formed up on the grid. Mikel Abedin then from Martin Bernardi. Either one of these front two win, they take the overall win for this final. Let's have a look at, oh, there's a big collision between second and third position already. So that is Martin Bernardi out of it and his body shell looking at very, very second hand. Let's see, he's down the main straight, but his car is, yeah, that's looking pretty second hand. So I think Martin Bernardi's out of it. Jelle Clausen jumped up all the way to second position. So let's run with the blue-coloured car. Number 7 of Jelle Clausen. All the way from 7th. It's a good opportunity for him. Mikel Abedin leading this one. Being chased by Jelle Clausen. Mikel Abedin with a win in this leg. Matched to his earlier win would give him the overall win. Although he wants to drive it a bit cleaner than that, because Jelle Clausen looks like he's really got some good pace. Jelle Clausen, the blue-coloured car, trying to find his way past Mikel Abedin as they come down the main straight. Ducks to the inside, so there we go, change of lead. Mikel Abedin losing the lead to Jelle Clausen. Does that matter too much? That would give Mikel Abedin a 1 and a 2. 1 and a 2, yeah, that would be okay, because Christoph Lieber is not the one that's winning. So Mikel Abedin okay at the moment. He doesn't actually need to pass Jelle Clausen. You can't afford to sit there. I'm not sure if he'll be aware of that. Of course, as a racer, you do kind of want to you do want to win, but equally sometimes you go into it knowing that actually you don't need to beat someone. There's no point risking it. But Jelle Clausen with the blue-coloured car round through the bank sweeper, just streaking away at the front of this one. Down the main straight once more. So Jelle Clausen heading away. Where's this pace come from? What's his other results in this heat? He has, what's he had? A 4 and a 6. So 1 and a 4, 5 points. That would get him, could potentially get him third on the podium. Christoph Liebe's already got 2 2s, giving him 4 points, but a 1 and a 4 would get him the 5 points, bump him up into 3rd position, potentially. Going nicely at the front of this one. His best lap, a 17.695 compared to 17.993, so some 3/10 better on his fastest lap than Jelle Klursen. Or Jelle Klursen is then Mikola Bedin. Mikola Bedin be quite content running in 2nd position. Again, no real pressure. This would be 1 and a 2 for Mikola, which would be enough for the overall leg win. Everybody would be fairly happy, I think, of these front 2, just staying as they were. Still with Mikola Bedin running in 2nd position. No one particularly close to one another. Oh, small mistake there for the leader. Actually, that's a change for the lead. So having said that, Jelle Klursen was comfortable out in front. He's made a mistake and promoted Mikola Bedin to the front. It won't affect the result for Mikola Bedin. Will that affect 2nd position if they finish where they are? Let's just have a look at that one. It will... No, so they have finished. Mikola Bedin taking that one from Jelle Klursen. I don't think that's affected the overall rankings, though, that position swap. It's affected the points very slightly. Mikola Bedin with 2 1s. And Jelle Klursen with a 2 and a 4, but that would still give him 6 points. Let me just double check. Well, that's done for the overall positions. Where are we? Mikola Bedin with a 1-1, we knew that. Christoph Liebe, Martin Bernardi with a 1-5. So yeah, Jelle Klursen's just lost out actually on that. He lost out on a podium. The win would have given him 5 points and moved him in front of Martin Bernardi. So Martin Bernardi with a 1 and a 5, beating the 2 and a 4 for Jelle Klursen. So we have got the E final coming up next. Matthias Raskol with a 1 and a 2. Johan Bukowski with a 1 and a 2. So Raskol versus Bukowski at the front of this one. And this one's going to kind of be winner takes all. Let's have a look at the where they're at. So it's Raskol versus Bukowski, basically. Yeah, whoever gets the better score out of these two should end up in front. Matthias Raskol going to lead away from Johan Bukowski. Start of this final. Here we go. So contact between the car of Raskol and Bukowski at the start there. That's promoted Tom Adams into third position. And just seeing Raskol surrendering his position to Bukowski. So they're now chasing their way around, all following Tom Adams. And car 5 of Bert Aerden looking pretty rapid at the moment. He is the white, red and blue coloured car, but there's just a gaggle of cars battling there, and that is a change. It was that the number 4 car. So up into second, what have we got there? Just figuring out who's popped out. Tom Adams is leading. Johan Bukowski is now in third position. So we're running with the second place car of Bert Aerden at the moment. The white car just out of our back of shot is the second place man of Johan Bukowski. And potentially he will take the overall win for this final if he just brings it home where he is. Already with a 1 and a 2. So he'll be looking to improve on that actually. Change for the lead, but Aerden now leading this one as we cross the line from Tom Adams. So lead 3 all together down the main straight. Johan Bukowski will be wanting to make his way past these two with the number 2 car, the all-white coloured car, at the back of this group of 3. So come out onto the main straight. Tom Adams now having a look at Bert Aerden. Down the main straight once more. Nothing in it between these top 3. Round across the line once more. Getting super tight. Johan Bukowski knows that he really needs to get past these two to try and improve his score. He's already got a 1 and a 2. Matthias Raskol has also got a 1 and a 2. If he can turn that into a 1 and a 1, he will be laughing. So shaping up to have a go at Tom Adams. Johan Bukowski, this all-white coloured car we're following. And Bert Aerden and Tom Adams come together. So that has put Johan Bukowski out in front. It's promoted him from third to first. This is the second number 1 that Bukowski needs. And just hearing Tom Adams being called to a stop, I think, to let the car of Bert Aerden back in front of him. After that, coming together with a bit of an optimistic launch, let's say. So now the number 2 car that we're running with of Johan Bukowski leading from Matthias Raskol. Just finished. So Johan Bukowski takes that leg and takes the overall win in this final. Johan Bukowski taking the Spec E final. So moving on up now towards the D final for Spec. D final for Spec leg number 3 coming up. And what were we looking at with overalls for that? We've got Nuno Huber with a 2 and a 2. Adrian Violette, 3 and a 5. Vincent Van Ganten with a 3 and a 5. We've got 4 and a 6. So Benjamin Brasset with a leg win and a 10. Corentin de Kret with a leg win and a 10. Corentin de Kret's going to be leading away for this D final. And he already has a leg win. Benjamin Brasset will be third and has a leg win. Where is Romans? Stefan Romans has got an 8 and a 9 from second on the grid, so that's not going to help him. Mike Martinez, an 8 and a 9. Yasmin Diath, Nuno Huber from P6. Okay, so Corentin de Kret then is looking like he's in a good position with a first place already. So could just kind of do with getting away. His sort of danger man is Benjamin Brasset, who starts in third. So looking like the cars in first and third are in with the best shout of winning this one. Just feeling a chill wind blowing across the track again and getting a little bit overcast, potentially a little bit rainy. So the car of Corentin de Kret making a bit of a mess of pulling up to the line. He'll be wanting to be a little bit more accurate than that. And Benjamin Brasset in third position. These two, the guys we're looking out for the overall win of this Spec D final. Off the line well for Corentin de Kret. Doesn't get collected by anybody. That was his problem last time. Already Benjamin Brasset up into second position. Both of these guys with a leg win each. Both of them with a 10th place finish in leg each. So kind of winner takes all between these two. And Corentin de Kret bins it over the curb. So Benjamin Brasset into the lead. Benjamin Brasset, the orange front, blue centre, white rear, down the main straight. Just had the lead handed to him on a plate. And in fact, now he probably doesn't even need to win this leg with Corentin de Kret falling down the order. Where is Corentin? He's in fifth position. Stefan Romens flying through the air after taking a bit much curb. Benjamin Brasset, though, currently doing what he needs to do to win this Spec D final. Yasmin Donath running in second position currently. She's made her way up from fifth on the grid. She is, don't believe, in contention for the overall, is she? She has got, what's she got, a 6 and a 7, so no, not really. She's got in front of Benjamin Brasset, but 1 and a 6 isn't going to be a 1 and a 2. So Benjamin Brasset doesn't actually need to beat Yasmin Donath. Given how many plain white cars are out there, he may not know exactly who that is in front of him. Nuno Huber as well is up into third position from sixth. Nuno with a couple of 2s. So he is currently sitting on 4 points and currently leading, or was leading this set of finals going into the third leg. So he is on 4 points. Benjamin Brasset with a first and a second would end up on 3 points. Yasmin Donath in her current position with a 1 and a 6, so she'd be with 7. Just watching this battle going on out front. Benjamin Brasset doing what he needs to at the minute. He's running in second place to Yasmin Donath. He went in very, very hot there off the bank sweeper. Just struggling to get that car to turn a little bit. See if Nuno Huber can pluck that second place off of him. That would still leave him with a 1 and a 3, which would beat the 2 and a 2 of Benjamin Brassett. So Benjamin Brassett would also, Nuno Huber would need Mike Martinez to follow him through on Benjamin Brassett. Nuno Huber trying to line up a shot now. Jasmine Donath made a little bit of a break at the front of this one. She has got 1 minute 30 to go. So this the battle for second, third and fourth, but also potentially the battle for the overall win. The car we are focused on, the number 3 car. This would currently give him the overall win. If he gets overtaken by the car immediately behind him, he would also win. But then if that pink car in the back shot, and there's a small mistake there from Nuno Huber, so that may well have sealed it. What have we got now? 50 seconds left. So Nuno Huber now needs to try and get back to Benjamin Brassett. Not sure he's going to get there in time. 40 seconds, 4-0 left. Mike Martinez fancies a go. Mike Martinez is the pink-coloured car. Nuno Huber, the white, bluey-green coloured car. This is the closest battle on track. Jasmine Donath is going to start her final lap very, very shortly. So Jasmine Donath has crossed the line to start her final lap, as has Benjamin Brassett. Nuno Huber, who we're running with, just coming up to finishing times. I think Jasmine Donath is going to take this one. Jasmine Donath does indeed cross the line to take the win. Jasmine Donath taking that leg from Benjamin Brassett, but I think that is enough for Benjamin to take the overall win. Let's just confirm that. Down to the D final, indeed. Benjamin Brassett with a 1 and a 2. Nuno Huber with a 2 and a 2. Corentin de Kret with a 1 and a 5. Jasmine Donath winning that last leg gives her a 1 and a 6, so she just misses out on the podium. So what have we got coming up next? We have got the Spec C final, leg number 3. And out in front, who have we got? We've got Orlando Finelli, 2 and a 4. Maxime Ripoll, 2 and a 4. Carlos Ichari with a 1 and a 7. Where's the other one? Enzo Roeselare with a 1 and a 10. Enzo Roeselare is going to lead them away. Ichari, so 1 and 2 both have a leg win for this one. So if either of them win this leg, then they're winning this Spec C final. So running in towards the end of the track action for today. We're on the Spec C final. We'll have the B final, the A final, and then we will have 4 modified finals. Already crowned 2 champions. Frederik Hofgaard and Simon Lauter. And we are all set for Enzo Roeselare to lead away from Carlos Echari. Enzo Roeselare gets away well from Carlos Echari. Nicely done around the opening lap. Orlando Fanili in third position down the main straight for the first time. And contact between Echari and Fanili. Let's let Roeselare get away very slightly in front. Maxime Ripoll all the way up from P6 into second position. It's the battle going on for the overall win between, well, what is now the first and the second cars. So Echari's got himself back up into second position. Enzo Roeselare then leading from Echari. These two both with a leg win. First and second on the grid. They're first and second on the track at the moment. Enzo Roeselare last time round with a 17.6. Echari with a 17.4. 17.4 for Roeselare, 17.5 for Echari that time round. So gap is remaining relatively constant. Looked like Echari was going to take a bit of time out of him, but had a pretty poor end to that lap. He did take like half a tenth, but not as much as he could have done. Echari, though, having to fight off the attentions of Maxime Ripoll now. Maxime Ripoll, the yellow-coloured car. Echari, the red front, blue centre, yellow rear. Out onto the main straight once more. Up the banking, we've got the pink car of Robin van Gogh somewhere in the mix as well. And all of these catching the car of Enzo Roeselare, the lead car. So small mistake there for Maxime Ripoll. Robin van Gogh takes advantage of that. Van Gogh and Ripoll door banging through through that little almost straight chicane, but they are still running. But out in front, we've got Echari trying to chase down Enzo Roeselare. Just over 2 minutes remaining for Enzo Roeselare to hang on. Enzo Roeselare, the white, red and green coloured car. Led this one from the flag, Santiago Echari. Or Carlos Santiago Echari. Running in second position. Both of these guys with a leg win. Echari look like he is closer this time. He's pulled a bit of a gap over Robin van Gogh. Just trying to create a gap. Trying to do what he can. Find a way through. What have we got? We've got just over 1 minute left. So battle for the win still going on. Battle for the overall leg win. Kind of winner takes all between these front two, and it's a small mistake there for Echari as he came out onto the main straight. Just a little bit of a wobble. As he got on the grass, couldn't get the power down. One more time. Still just hanging on, trying to edge away, stretch away. What do we got? They're going to be about to start their final lap. Enzo Roeselare looks like he probably has done enough as they begin their final lap. Waiting for him to come around one more time. Little snap sideways coming onto the straight for Enzo Roeselare, but I think it's going to be enough. He is heading up to the finish line and does cross it indeed. So Enzo Roeselare taking that one. And with that, the overall final. So coming up next, the B final for Spec. Again, welcome to you if you're just joining us here on our live coverage on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of this MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. Getting set for the Spec B final. So this final and then 5 more. Expecting the last final of the day to be absolutely epic. We've also got a Spec A final that should be pretty interesting. Simon Lauter's already won it with some quite defensive driving from Ollie Baltink. Just kind of preventing or allowing Simon to escape a little bit at the front of the field whilst Ollie Payne tried to make his way past, which he did very cleanly. And then Ollie sort of charged off after Simon. Simon managed the gap, but you know, I think he'll be the first to acknowledge that Ollie was travelling pretty fast. The end of that, but here we go, getting ready then for the B final and Spec B final. And what have we got? Manuel Wagner has already taken this with 2 leg wins and doesn't look like he is going to be on the grid. No, Manuel Wagner is joining the grid. Here we go then, Manuel Wagner going to lead away. He's already won the first 2 legs. He wants to win all 3. Wagner leading away from Stefan Schultz and Enrico Jung. Defensive already from Manuel Wagner. Stefan Schultz running in 2nd position, Enrico Jung in 3rd place in this 3rd leg of the Spec B final. Manuel Wagner already taking the first 2 legs and winning this one overall, so doesn't need any kind of result here, but he is driving very, very defensive. Stefan Schultz wanting to find his way past. So super, super close battle going on at the front of the field here. Stefan Schultz now trying to fight off Enrico Jung. Stefan Schultz running his traditional white and blue colour scheme. Enrico Jung running the 2nd of the plain white body shells. You can see out there, we're focused on Stefan Schultz at the moment in the middle of shot, running in 2nd position. You can see the lead car of Manuel Wagner just in front. You can see the car of Enrico Jung just behind. This battle out onto the main straight. Front 3 have made a bit of a break for it. They're going away from Jacques Libar. Enrico Jung looking like he has got a particularly fast car off the end of the main straight. Though Stefan Schultz now lining up for a shot at Manuel Wagner. Enrico Jung looks to the inside of Stefan Schultz. They're doing similar lap times, but they're producing it in very, very different places. Down the main straight once more. A little bit further behind for Stefan Schultz there, but he gets awesome drive on the exit of that hairpin after the banking. So Stefan now really, really close to Manuel Wagner. Let's have a look. It's the exit of this corner here where he seems to make up a lot of time. Can't do a lot about it that time. And small bobble there for Stefan. Running over the curb, down the main straight, and in the background, Enrico Jung having a fairly sizable accident coming out onto the main straight. That's dropped him down the field. We're sticking with this lead battle going on between Manuel Wagner and Stefan Schultz. Manuel Wagner already taking 2 leg wins. It sounds like, I think I just heard a bit of a body shell rub from one of those lead 2. I couldn't pick out what one it was as they went down the straight. Let's just see if we can hear it again. Yeah, it's the, I think the splitter of the lead car of Manuel Wagner just dragging on the tarmac. Seems to be okay at the moment, not costing him too much. Just needs to be careful that it's in the banking. Yeah, I think it's just the body shell touching the floor in the banking. Just need to be careful it doesn't unsettle a car. It's just a bit disconcerting when you're driving and you start hearing a little bit of a noise out of the car just as it's catching. When, anytime you get a body rubbing like that, you feel like a bit of an amateur, but he is managing it extremely well, is Manuel Wagner. And extending his lead, actually, over Stefan Schultz. It was about a tenth quicker, his fastest lap last time round. We've got, what have we got? We've got 45 seconds remaining. So these two have definitely gone. Manuel Wagner, he's already sealed this with 2 leg wins anyway, so it's not going to change anything for him. Just nice for him to win all 3 legs. He seems to have stabilised the gap. 20 seconds to go now, so this next lap that they start should be their final lap. It will be the final lap that they're on. Final lap they're just about to start. Down the straight one more time. Stefan not close enough, so Manuel Wagner is going to take this one. That's all 3 legs down to Manuel Wagner. Stefan Schultz in second position. Let's just see what that will have done for our overall positions. Manuel Wagner with 3 leg wins. Stefan Schultz with a 2 and a 2. That gives him second overall. On that one, Nico Catalani in third position. So now we come to the A final for Spec. We already know Simon Lauter is the European champion in Spec for 2024, having won the first 2 legs. Ollie Payne with a couple of 2s. Not sure if we're going to see Simon Lauter out in this one. I would possibly imagine not. And what have we got? We've got Ollie Boltink with a 3 and a 4. So effectively, this is kind of Niels de Gruyter with a 3 and an 8. So this is kind of going to be Ollie Payne versus Ollie Boltink for second on the podium. Niels de Gruyter could make it with a win as well. Or potentially a second place would do it for Niels de Gruyter. depending on where Ollie Bultink... Yeah, second, third, Niels de Gruyter with Ollie Bultink in third would give Niels third overall. So just waiting to see who comes out. Car's heading out there on track. And as expected, we've not seen Simon Lauter. Just thinking I hadn't seen Ollie Payne, but Andy Murray has just run out there with him in a hurry, so I would imagine Ollie would want to run this. So indeed, Simon Lauter sitting this one out. So although starting from second, Ollie Bultink is on a de facto pole position. So opportunity for a single point then. If Ollie Bultink takes this, then he will get second overall from Ollie Payne. Ollie Bultink leads off from Ollie Payne. Ollie Bultink running the white car with the orange decals. Ollie Payne, the white car with the black decals. These two had a pretty epic battle at the start of the last final, letting Simon Lauter escape. Ollie Payne eventually finding his way through, looking like he had good pace, but he is crawling all over the back of Ollie Bultink at the moment. Trying to find his way through. Adam Isay looks like he's going with them as well. Ollie Payne looks high. Can't find a way through, can't find a gap to Ollie Bultink. Ollie Payne already with 2 second places. Ollie Bultink with a third and a fourth currently. Niels de Gruyter in 5th position. He's already got a third place as well, so he could be in the mix for the final podium spot. We're watching this lead battle going on, though, and small mistake there. And very, very small mistake for Ollie Payne, which allowed Adam Isay to have a look at him, and Adam Isay actually very, very gentlemanly, didn't take a dive into the gap that was created. Of course, Adam will want a way past, but we're watching this battle for second position currently between Ollie Payne and Adam Isay. Adam just missing out on the front-wheel drive class earlier on. He got the leg win that he needed, but missed out on time by around about 1/10 of a second. Ollie Bultink leading, Ollie Payne leading Adam Isay in this one. So this would give Ollie Bultink second overall. If he can hang on to this one. Adam Isay now lining up Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne, the white car with the black decals. Adam Isay, the teal blue coloured car. The pair of them now closing back in on Ollie Bultink. So lead 3 together again down the main straight. That's a lot of grass there for Ollie Payne. That's allowed Adam Isay right back onto him. And again, Ollie takes quite a lot of curb out there. And again, Adam Isay doesn't gas it up and drive through him. So super clean driving from Adam. A great display of driving from these 3 guys. They've closed in again on Ollie Bultink. What have we got? 2 minutes left. Ollie Payne again moving to the outside. Looks like he's got some good pace off the exit of that banking. He's now right on the bumper of Ollie Bultink. Ollie having to go defensive. Ollie Bultink, that is, having to go defensive from Ollie Payne. These front 3 made a break for it. And there's a mistake, so off for Ollie Bultink. Ollie Payne picks up the lead now. So Ollie Payne already in second place overall. That's just going to confirm his position. Adam Isay running in second position, so still the lead battle now going on down the main straight. We've got Niels de Gruyter up in third position. Don't know if that's going to mean, we'll work that out later. This, though, the battle for the lead. Down the main straight once more. So Ollie Payne just hanging on from Adam Isay. Out in front of this one. The gap between them, it's nothing, but it's everything. Adam Isay just trying to find his way past Ollie Payne. Ollie keeping it tight, keeping it defensive. Out onto the main straight once more. A little bit of a wobble there for Adam Isay. Just extends the gap to Ollie, but nothing in it. Adam now almost right back on the tail of Ollie again. What do we got? 16 seconds. So these two should make it through on to one more lap. Just having a look. It's going to be very close, actually. Yep. So these two make their extra lap. Everybody else has finished. Ollie Payne versus Adam Isay then. Final lap. Ollie Payne taking this leg win will give him second overall. They're coming around to cross the line. Ollie Payne does it. So Ollie Payne takes the leg win. And second overall in the Class A final. Niels de Gruyter with a 3 and a 3 ends up with third position overall. So Niels de Gruyter, fantastic result for him in third position overall. That's, yeah, absolutely great drive. There we go then. That is the Spec class racing done. So we've got 4 finals left. We've got the modified D final with 2 cars out there. So what have we got? We've got in modified now. Let's just get an update on where we're at. We've got Robin Eiserman having won both legs of this final. Fortunately, he's decided to come out. So we still have 2 cars. We're going to have 2 cars circulating. Robin Eiserman leading away from Pascal Escude. Run for home now with just 4 races left of the track action from this weekend. Small mistake there for Robin Eiserman. Leading this one pretty comfortably though over Pascal Escude. I say leading pretty comfortably. Puts it on his roof. He's got a body tuck. So are we going to see a change of lead? No, we're not. Pascal Escude doesn't quite get there. In fact, it's Pascal touring around into the pits. Pascal Escude is coming into the pits. So we have the Robin Eiserman show once more. Pascal Escude drawing into retirement. Or certainly into the pits. So open demonstration then for Robin Eiserman. And just making a bit of a mistake there. Obviously, last final of the day. He can be taking this one home in a bin bag for all he cares now. There's no rebuilds to do tonight. And trying quite hard out there. Quite a lot of curbing, but Robin Eiserman very, very comfortable. You can see Mark Burgess, the referee, also taking this as an opportunity to have a little bit of a calm down. I can't imagine that Robin is going to carry out any transgressions against himself that would require a penalty. Robin Eiserman still leading this one. Very obviously, he's the only car running. Quite spectacular. Obviously, last chance for drivers to go out there and enjoy this Roeselare circuit. It's been our host for the past 3 days. Robin Eiserman out to the main straight once more. Opens it up, feels the power. Just cranks it in off of the sweeper. Less than 2 minutes left now for Robin Eiserman. He's taking probably more risks out there with his car, I think, than I might at this point. But still, it's a learning exercise. It's all pieces of the picture, pieces of the puzzle that he can put together. Down the main straight once more. That's a bit more circumspect into the banking. Just hanging it together, holding it together nicely. So Robin Eiserman, how long have we got? We've got just over 1 minute remaining on a demonstration run for him. Got the entire pit, it feels like, stood out watching him. I guess they're maybe queuing up for their place for the A final, which should be absolutely epic. That we've got coming up in a little bit. That will crown our third European champion of the weekend. We've had Frederick Hovgaard win the front-wheel drive class. We've had Simon Lauter win the Spec class. So just coming round to start his final lap. Now, here's Robin Eiserman. And there we go, down the main straight for one last time for Robin. Comes round and just about makes it across the line. Just makes it across the loop to finish on there. But yeah, that had to keep it pinned right at the end. But Robin Eiserman fairly obviously taking that one. 17 laps to the good that time. Just seeing a few people looking up at the sky and sort of pointing. We did have a brief rain shower during the modified A final earlier on. Not sure if we're going to see any more of that. But what have we got coming next? We have got, let's have a look, the C main. And overall results for it, we've got Martin Wouters has already taken it with 2 leg wins. We've got Benjamin Jabira, he's got a 2 and a 3. Lorenzo van Leeuwen with a 2 and a 5. So we'll see if Martin Wouters takes the start. If not, we're looking at Benjamin Jabira and Lorenzo van Leeuwen as the potentials for sort of second and third on the grid. But we've already got a winner for this one. I'm seeing the 2 car going out there, so looks like Martin Wouters fancies a shot at winning both legs. Car starting to form up the line. Matthew Dambreen already pulled up to the grid. 1 minute until the start, so everybody just forming up. See Benjamin Jabira pull up into pole position. Martin Wouters into second. Martin has looked a bit of a step ahead of everybody else. He just streaked off into the distance on both previous legs of the final, so see if he does the same again. We're missing the fifth place car, sorry, of Mattia Kalina. He sat out the last one as well. So Mattia not fancying going out. Away off the line. Benjamin Jabira leading from Martin Wouters. Martin Wouters got a really fast car underneath him. Let's see what he can do down the main straight this time. Not through yet. Let's see. Benjamin Jabira knows his battle isn't really with Martin Wouters. Does he just almost let him go and get on with it? I don't think he'll put up too much of a fight. He is defending. Martin Wouters has already got this in the bag. So Benjamin Jabira is going to be looking just to hold him off then. A little bit sideways coming onto the main straight, and a bit of coming together there between the 2 of them. So Matthew Dambreen now out in front from Martin Wouters, and Lorenzo van Leeuwen in 3rd position. Matthew Dambreen just having a look and seeing what other score he has. Matthew Dambreen has a 3 and a 4. So if he ends up with a 1, what could that do? A 1 for him could give him 2nd overall. A 2 for him would give him, what would it, 2 and a 3, 5. That would match Benjamin Jabira. Then it would come down to times, which we'd have to work out later. So Matthew Dambreen, if he can hang on to this one, this would currently put him in 2nd position overall in this final. The car behind him has already won it. So this lead battle that we're watching going on, it doesn't really mean anything for Martin Wouters. It potentially does for Matthew Dambreen. But Matthew equally has a chance of 2nd overall still. Even if he finishes 2nd in this final, it just then depends on his time. So he's got a bit of a decision to make, possibly. Does he get his elbows out and fight for position with Martin Wouters, potentially costing himself some time? Equally, I think Martin Wouters knows he's not going to do anything particularly stupid. He certainly doesn't need to. He's already won it with his 2 1s. So let's just see what happens come the end of this one. Matthew Dambreen still leading with the more red-coloured car of these 2. Martin Wouters, the blue-coloured car. battle for the lead going on. And Matthew Dambreen still holding on to it. Under 2 minutes to go now. Under 2 minutes for Matthew to hold on. This is his first track, electric track European Championship. So getting a podium position in the C final would represent a really good result for him. Hanging on at the moment. They're just closing in on some traffic. So one of the lapped cars gets out of the way, and the second one does as well. So lead battle resumes. Martin Wouters really, really close now to Matthew Dambreen. I think Martin Wouters is going to... I think he wants this, but he's going... Oh, Martin Wouters puts two wheels on the grass and has a bit of a lurid slide just as he was sizing up a run. We're into the final minute now with Matthew Dambreen still leading this one from Martin Wouters. These two absolutely gone out in front. Great defensive drive from Matthew Dambreen. Not really giving Martin Wouters an opportunity. ...20 seconds, so I think these two guys are going to have an extra lap at the end of this one. They'll be the only two to make it onto the extra lap, I believe. Matthew Dambreen, though, seems to have pulled a very small gap over Martin Wouters. They are on to their final lap now. Matthew Dambreen looks like he may well take this leg win down the main straight. Through the banking, just a couple more corners for Matthew to go. He's tightened up a bit, but he's done it. So Matthew Dambreen takes that final leg win from Martin Wouters, and just going to confirm what that's done to the overall, but I believe that is going to give Matthew Dambreen second position overall for that final. Let's have a look. Ranking list. Not updated yet. Still not seeing an update. Let's go. No, still haven't had it updated. Pretty certain, though, that that's going to have got Matthew Dambreen with a... That will get him 4 points. Martin Wouters with a 1, a 1 and a 2. Yeah, that will have got him second overall. So 4 points because Benjamin Jabira didn't improve on his 2 and 3. So Matthew Dambreen ending up with second position overall after those finals. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. We have 2 races left in the day. This the B final, and having a look at where we're at overall. Remy Callens has already taken this with 2 leg wins. Oliver Havranek's got 2 seconds. Harley Eldridge with a 3rd and a 4th. Not sure if we're going to see Remy Callens taking the start of this one. Yes. Yes, so he is going to lead this one away. So already got a winner of this final overall, Remy Callens. So battle for second on the podium. Here we go. Launch off the line. Remy Callens gets away well from Matthias Knopp. Dan Robbins in third position. Small mistake from Dan Robbins. Drops him back 2 places. So Oliver Havranek and Harley Eldridge both past Dan Robbins. Down the main straight for the first time, we're running with Matthias Knopp. Not too worried about Remy Callens. He's already checked out at the front and he has already won first 2 legs. Havranek versus Knopp. Knopp is the white front, yellow centre, red rear car. Havranek, the all orange coloured car. The white car just in the back of shot is Harley Eldridge. She already has a 3rd place. So be seeking to get on the podium, and a mistake there for Matthias Knopp. And spins it, so that has promoted Harley up into 2nd. We're running with the leader, Remy Callens. So big lead for him now. Big lead for Remy Callens. He has already won the first 2 legs. Just seeking to seal the deal. Down the main straight once more for Remy Callens. Everybody pretty evenly spaced out at the front of this one. Remy Callens leading this one by 1.7 seconds from Oliver Havranek. And Harley Eldridge a couple of seconds further back in 3rd position. So 2 seconds between 1st and 2nd, 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Pretty much as you were. I think Havranek is maybe starting to close on Callens. Let's just have a look at that gap coming down. He did last time round, but it was only by like 1/2 tenth. So looked like he'd got a little bit closer. Let's just keep an eye on it this time. As they cross the line. Again, it's another 1/2 tenth. It's not really closing at a quick enough rate. This is the car of Havranek that we're running with, the orange-coloured car. Running in 2nd position at the moment. Looking to seal place on the podium overall. Remy Callens has already won this B final. And then they get the prime seats out there to marshal the A final. We saw an absolutely epic A final last time. Bruno Coelho taking the A final last time from Michael Orlowski. Mark Reinhard winning the 1st leg from Alex Hagberg. Still running with Oliver Havranek. How long have we got? 1.5 minutes left of this B final. Havranek still trying to hunt down Remy Callens. The gap does keep coming down, but it's 1/2 tenth every time. It's not really, he's not really gaining at any kind of rate that would be enough to catch him and pass him with just over 1 minute remaining. I think they've got about 4 laps left. Gap between them was about 1.6 seconds last time round. It's now 1.7 seconds. So gap increasing very slightly. Still running with Havranek. Remy Callens leading the all-white coloured car. Picked him up now as he runs for home. We've got 15 seconds. This is going to be Remy Callen's final lap. He's just going to miss the extra lap by about half a second. So Remy Callens brings it home, punches it across the line to take the third leg from Oliver Havranek, with Harley Eldridge in third position at the end of that one. So let's see what that's done to our overall positions. And just seeing if we can get an update on the overall positions. So yeah, Remy Callens with 3 1s, Oliver Havranek with 3 2s, Harley Eldridge with a 3 and a 3. So Harley Eldridge takes the third spot on the podium overall as well on that one. So great result there for Harley. And yeah, just confirming that Matthew Dambreen did get second overall in the C final. Last race of the day, the A final. So a few minutes on this one. Just before the start, we're hearing. So let's have a look at some possible permutations then. Alex Hagberg has got a 2 and a 3. Mark Reinhardt's got a 1 and a 5. Michael Olowski with a 2 and a 4. Bruno with a 1 and a 6. Let's just focus on those for the moment. So if Mark wins, he's won. If Bruno wins, he's won. That much is quite easy to work out. If if Michael wins, he has a 1 and a 2. So depending on who finishes second at that point, it will then come down to finishing time. So if Michael wins from Mark, then whoever has the fastest time of the two of them will win. If Michael wins from Bruno, whoever has the fastest time will win. If Michael... Yeah, Bruno's time was done in the wet, so is slower. So Mark should be in front of Bruno if they end up equal on scores. If Alex Hagberg... Oh, yeah, okay. This is going to be...
We'll just wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll wait 5 minutes and work this out and try and work out. Hopefully, one of the two guys that's already won a leg runs off into the distance, because otherwise we're going to be... we're trying to work out the possible permutations here, and not 100% sure, but we'll bring you the information as soon as we've got it. Michael Olowski then going to lead away from Mark Reinhardt. Here we go. Olowski gets the jump on Reinhardt and Bruno, so front three away cleanly. The two white coloured cars, the first of those is Michael Olowski, the second is Mark Reinhardt. Bruno Coelho running his familiar race paint of white, black and orange. So first lap in, Reinhardt looks like he's pushing up to the rear of Michael Olowski. So they come out onto the main straight once more. So remember, the second and third place cars both have a leg win each. The lead car of these does not have a leg win yet. Coming around, Mark Reinhardt's going to be trying to apply some pressure as they come out onto the main straight. He needs to be passed. Michael Olowski, if he can. Michael driving quite defensive. Mark looking like he's got some good pace in his car there. Comes out towards the main straight, down the main straight once more. Round through the banked sweeper. Mark Reinhardt still trying to find his way up. These front three have already checked out. Just ebbing and flowing between the three of them. Mark had a relatively clean run in leg number 1. Just looking at the predicted times, it's a 19,500. Sorry, let's have a look at the predicted times, just get an update on the timing. It's a 20 and 5:11. Still these front 3 together. Orlowski still just holding on, and a change there for the lead. So Orlowski makes a small mistake. Reinhard dives for the inside. That drops Orlowski out of it. So it is now Mark versus Bruno. Each of these guys with a leg win. Orlowski has dropped down the field. Mark Reinhard moves to the front from Bruno. So this is now winner takes all. This is, if Mark wins this, Mark is European champion. If Bruno wins it, Bruno defends his title. Mark, of course, winning this a couple of times. Bruno winning it. Bruno trying to set up Mark as they come down the main straight once more. So it looks like Michael Orlowski now out of this one. The battle for the European title going down to the wire. Mark Reinhard, the all-white coloured car. Bruno Coelho, the white, black and orange coloured car. Mark still leading this one with just over 2 minutes left. Bruno crawling all over the curbs, all over the rear of Mark's car, trying to find an opening, trying to find a way through. Bruno goes a little bit high around the banking, tries to cut it down. Mark takes a little bit too much curb there, gets it slowed down. Still just ebbing and flowing between them. Bruno, what's he do? He's slightly tighter line. Cuts it a little bit low that time. He's right there. But Bruno, so far, not finding an opening past Mark. Mark's chicken wing will definitely be in attendance. His elbow will be up on the driver's rostrum. You can guarantee that. Mark Reinhard still leading this one with, what have we got? Just under 1 minute 20 to go. So Bruno still pressuring, crawling all over the back of Mark. Been a great set of finals here. And not quite enough of a gap. Bruno still trying to size up Mark. Just focusing on these lead 2. Bruno again all over the back of Mark down the main straight once more through the sweeper. Mark still hanging on, not giving any kind of an opportunity to Bruno. How long have we got left? 45 seconds remaining. Bruno Coelho still trying to find his way past Mark Reinhard. Coming in towards 30 seconds, so they're going to have, let's have a look. They're both predicting 20 lap runs. So small mistake there for Bruno, drops him off the back of Mark. That may well be enough. They're about to start what is going to be their final lap. Bit of breathing space for Mark. In fact, Mark may well just make the extra lap looking at the predicted times. Let's just have a look. This is going to be super close. But as they come across the line, does Mark make the extra lap? Mark has finished. So Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship for 2024. Mark Reinhard there taking the European title for 2024 here in Belgium at Roeselare. So 3 new champions, with Mark Reinhard just winning the modified there. We've seen Simon Lauter taking the Spec class, and we've seen Frederick Hovgaard taking the front-wheel drive class. We will be catching up with the winners, and they'll be available on social media later on. So thank you for joining us here this weekend for our live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships, in conjunction with the event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop. So thank you for joining us, and the interview coverage will be on social media later on.